Hey, folks. We are back. Are y'all ready to get started? We are back. We are ready to get into ASAP Relli's testimony today because yesterday was quite the show. Quite the show. But I am excited for this. Like I said, guys, I know somebody that actually knows ASAP Relli, and we were able to get in touch with him yesterday, and your boy's a little stressed out. He was very stressed out last night. I can't wait to jump into this. It seems like it's super exciting. So let's jump on in. ASAP Relli is on the stand, hitting play. Let's go, strap in. And as you come in, tap that like button for me. Smash it, in fact. And then type in where you're from. What city are you from? Let me know, guys.
What happened immediately after yes.
Might help you to slide that mic over slightly. I know it's hard to hear.
I'm not sure, but it says check connection. There's
Let me see if this is all. So,
I can start if we can get the tech person.
Alex, can you get Mark?
Yes, sir.
Sorry, there's a red light on the side. Is it supposed to be green?
I'm not sure. Normally, the issue is just that it's not turned on, but I know it turned on because there was a box that popped up.
All right, we'll have Mark is the computer, the audio visual. We'll have him come up and take a moment. But in the interim, can we get started?
Absolutely. So we were talking about as the defendant was walking away from this parking lot, you said you looked over and you saw 12 putting a knife in his pocket, and then 12 walked after the defendant. Are you with me there?
Yes.
Okay, that's where I want to pick up today. You said at the end of your testimony yesterday, you talked about this being a white flag situation, and then you said that you were screaming out how Rocky had failed us. Do you recall that?
Yes.
What did you mean when you said that?
Like meaning,
I turned it up, guys.
What did you say?
I was just like, said something about 12 years, said something about bills, said something about just overall.
Can you say the words that you said to the best of your
I
relevant?
don't really remember because
You don't remember
I
any of the
don't want to
words?
lie. I don't want to I just remember just 3 years ago. Like, if I look at my statement,
If you don't remember word for word,
I don't want to
just
yeah.
give us the sum and substance of it.
When you said, I said something about 12. Do you remember at all what it was that you were talking about? I understand you
Probably
might
the
not.
contents of him like not having emotion no more, like, you know what I mean? Because the whole thing was that
Listen, like I said, guys, my insider said that this guy is stressed out. Huge shout out to Dub Rightside for gifting 10 memberships. If you receive one from Mr. Dub Rightside, say thank you. And y'all are also noticing we might have a similar outfit from yesterday. Is it the same outfit? Is it a similar outfit? Is it the same top? Is it a different bottom? Who knows? Let's go, y'all.
I think the complex con, I don't think they even seen Rocky or did anything, to be honest. Talk was complaining about the dude. You know what I mean? Like 2 days prior, when I seen him. So it was like, people wasn't happy.
When you say, did you say not having motion?
Yeah, but that's not his fault. It's just kind of like,
No, Mr. Ever, I'm just trying to understand. I just didn't catch the word. I wasn't sure if you said motion or emotions. But you said not having motion, right?
yeah, so I'm telling him he's not what it seems to be. Like it's not, you're not like Instagram is just fake. Like you're back, you work construction, you went on tour for 6 years. Like,
Okay.
I don't get it.
Were these some of the things that you were saying about 12 as
Yeah,
you
because we're a brotherhood, we're supposed to be lifting
Hold
each
on,
other
both
up.
can't talk at the same time. Ask the question again. Oh, okay, hold on, time. Mark, the monitor over here can't get it to work. These you're all on C.
Okay.
Yeah, that looks good. Can you take a look, please? Yeah. So you can get it to work.
And while they do that, guys, I know we are at the beginning of the case. Sometimes we like to jump right in to catch up, but we've accumulated a ton of TiVo time, so we're going to be able to skip through some of these breaks. For those that are just joining us, you don't know about this case. ASAP Rocky is a musician. He has children with Rihanna. I think they're married. I haven't confirmed that yet, but they are together. And ASAP Relli is his former business associate and friend. That is who's on the stand. And that's what this case is about. They got into a physical altercation. I don't know what the disagreement is about. And that's what this prosecutor is trying to bring out of Relli. Like I said, guys, I know an insider that knows Relli and sent him a text last night. And Relli is extremely stressed out. You could kind of get that from what you're seeing on the stand right now. We've looked at the body cam footage. If there are some of you guys that are catching up, you can go to yesterday's stream where I showed you guys the body cam footage, and it does come up quite often during the testimony. So if you missed it, you'll be able to see it again. There are 2 assault charges on here. ASAP Rocky was given a plea deal for 180 days in jail to plead guilty to this crime and probation. He rejected that plea deal. Now he's taken this to trial. He's looking at 24 years in prison if he is convicted of this crime. Now the assault, it's interesting because I learned this yesterday from Relli. I thought this was just Rocky. Rocky pulled out a prop gun, right? Which, he had in his waistline. It's not a real gun, but that's why you don't have battery charges. You just have assault, putting in fear and apprehension, right? Now, what Relli revealed to us yesterday is that it wasn't just Rocky. There was another guy up there. His name was ASAP 12E. 12E pulled out a knife. I had not read that about this case yet, that there was another assailant potentially that pulled out a knife. And these are his boys. These are people that he grew up with, right? And that's what Relli is painting in front of the narrative. The other important thing, we have a jury box. Nobody in that jury is black. Relli is black. Rocky is black. Weird. In the entire city of LA, we couldn't find black people to be on a jury. Interesting. Anywho, that is your rundown. We started yesterday with Relli's testimony, and we're going to likely complete his testimony today. Rocky's attorney is like itching to cross-examine this guy. So it's going to be interesting. Some of you guys are saying that Riri is in the building. Others are saying she's not. So I still need some time to get up to speed to verify if she's in the building. Relli is also represented by Johnny Depp's lawyers, Ben Chu and Camille Vasquez. So they are there to support him as well. Let's go in. And we're starting with technology issues. This looks like old school equipment. But let's skip through this.
If worse comes to worse, you can use mine and I'll just look at the post. Because you can't get that film power.
Oh my gosh.
I said if it helps with the mystery, mine went out too.
So it started with some tech support issues. Here we go.
That's pretty much naming the whole, like,
It looks like there's verification that Riri is in the building.
You were saying about 12.
I was just saying, like, towards Rocky.
Towards 12. Start with 12 first.
I was kind of talking towards, like, Rocky, but after 12, but I was just like, he's not, like, where he's supposed to be. Bill is not where he's supposed to be. But that's not me saying that it was his problem. It was like, you got the foundation, you want to hold the rock. You know what I mean?
When you say not his problem, who are you talking about?
Rockies. But I said it because he's the one that's got all of us there for the shows, this and that, they're not giving credit where credit's due. So it's like, you know what I mean? When you go down the line, like what I said yesterday, it's only Barry, Ferg, Rocky who really successful. But when you really look at it, it's a lot of ASAP members. That's not his fault, but it's like you give credit where credit's due. So that's pretty much what I was saying.
Okay. The comments that you were making about Relli, were they negative comments about him?
I wouldn't say negative. I mean, yeah, like truthful, kind of, not truthful.
I mean, were you saying, have you said in the past that one of the things you said about 12 is that he went on tour with the defendant for 8 or 9 years, but he was still living in the projects?
I don't know if he personally was living in the projects, but I know he
did
went
you
back.
say
Yeah,
that?
I said that. Yeah.
Okay. And about Hills, I mean, would you agree that that statement about 12 is not a positive statement?
No.
Oh, you would not agree?
I would agree. You're not positive, yeah.
Okay. And the statement that you were making about Hills, do you remember the words that you said?
I just said he's a crackhead.
Okay.
Like, he's not, like, been letting, like,
Oh my God.
Would you also agree that
These boys hating on each other.
About Hills?
yeah, I agree.
Would you, were you directing your comments at the defendant, or were you saying each of these things to 12B and to Hills directly?
I was just saying, in general, like, everybody live right next to each other, everybody can hear, you know what I mean? I was just trying to, like, still back me up, like, yo, chill, you know?
Okay. I believe you said yesterday at the end that you were trying to verbally express how you feel. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, because I felt like I'm never going to see Rocky again due to the circumstances, so I'm just going to let him know how I feel.
Can you explain that to the jury more? When you say, I know I'm never going to see Rocky again, what is that?
I mean, the circumstances, the situation that happened. Like, why would we ever see each other? You know what I mean? So I felt like I didn't want him to go back and then talk about it and everybody just laugh and think, oh, Rocky just pulled the gun on Rel, shot at, well, before then, he didn't shoot yet, but pulled the gun on Rel and made this big scene. You know what I mean? So I'm like, bro, I know him 15 years. I know everybody over there, just about 15 years, not Jamel, but it was, I know for like 15 years.
I believe you said yesterday that when you went into this, what you called linking up with him, it was to repair things with you, correct?
Yeah.
After he pulled the gun on you, how were you feeling at that point?
He grabbed me first, so that everything, all bets is off the table. Like, I'm thinking, what are we doing here? Like, you know what I mean?
How are you feeling now?
Wait, what you mean?
How are you feeling after having this, after he pulled this gun on you?
Oh, I was like mad. I was like, I can't believe this just happened. You know what I mean?
And was there anything else about the presence of Ills and 12 being there that contributed to you being mad?
No, like them being there, like just got me mad. Meaning?
Yeah. Did that change anything, the fact that the two of them?
No, not at all.
All right. At that moment, immediately after the gun was first pointed at you, as the defendant is walking away, did you have any animosity towards Ills?
No, I never had a problem with it.
I believe you said that both you and Ills then walked down the street following after the defendant, but the two of you were walking together, correct?
It wasn't really following nobody, I'm just talking. They're all walking together. You know what I mean?
But you're headed in the same direction.
Yeah, he's down Argyle, yes.
And he's ahead of you, correct?
Yes.
All right. So as the defendant got to the street, the street corner at the end of Argyle, where did he go?
I think he made a left on that street, he made a left.
Do you remember the name of the street?
No, I'm not from
Okay. And when he made a left, where did he go from there?
He kept going straight till he got about to the end of the street corner. And like where the stop sign is at.
Were you still behind him at that point?
Yeah.
Still walking in the same direction that he was walking?
Yeah.
Now, from what you've described, going down to the end of the street, making a left, and going all the way to the stop sign, at that point, you knew he had a gun, correct?
Yeah, I think I got.
He had just shown it to you.
Yes.
And was it that entire walk, that entire time that you were expressing to him how you feel?
Yes.
In what you already described as an angry tone or an elevated tone?
Yeah, pretty much, yeah.
Why would you follow behind someone that you know is armed with a gun and verbally tell them how you feel in the way that you did?
I told you already because
Okay, this prosecutor's not helping. I know this seems confusing, guys, but again, Relli is the victim in this crime, right? So he is the state's arguably their star witness because this has actually happened to him. Now, yesterday I pointed out a few things to y'all that I want you to pay attention to. Relli did a lot of things that the LAPD should have done, meaning that he went to the crime scene to retrieve evidence such as shell casings, right? Strange. And when we looked at pictures of the outfit that he was wearing yesterday, I pointed out that it appeared as if Relli took those pictures and the police did not take those pictures. Nor, I don't know if the clothes were even going to be tested for GSR, gunshot residue, because it wasn't a real gun. But I noticed that there were socks at the bottom of the pictures. So we saw Relli's feet, and it's almost like as if he put the phone above and took those pictures, gathered the evidence, and brought it to the police so that this case has transpired. Hold up, there's a poll up. So when we say, is Relli helping his case or hurting it, this is Relli's criminal, he's not on trial. ASAP is, right? ASAP is looking at 24 years. We haven't heard from the defense team when it comes to this particular witness yet. It is a short day, so we may or may not get to cross, but maybe that's tomorrow. But Taco Pina is ASAP Rocky's attorney, and he is going to be likely performing the cross-examination unless someone else from the defense team does it. But little bit of some notes that you guys should have as we get deeper into this. And the thing that sparked that thought is the way that this prosecutor is asking Relli questions. It's almost as if Relli's on trial, and that can be confusing if you don't have all the facts, right? So just wanted to clarify that, y'all.
I felt like I would never see him again. And I felt like since he put it away in one of the busy streets in Hollywood, like he's definitely not going to shoot this shit. Shoot it.
So you, at that moment, did not believe that he would shoot you?
That never, no.
Yeah. Did you believe at that moment that he would shoot you?
What do you mean? Can you say it again?
The way that I asked the question before was a double negative, so your answer's not clear. So I just want to ask it a different way. Did you believe at that moment that he would shoot you?
At what moment when I'm walking with him?
When he's first walking away and you're walking in the same direction he's walking?
No. Well, I don't know. To be honest, I wasn't thinking straight at that moment. I had a lot on my mind. I just wanted to get what was on my chest off.
Do you think you would have reacted differently in this situation had that been a stranger that first pulled you?
What do you mean?
Meaning, if a stranger pulled a gun on you, do you think you'd walk after them and essentially?
No, because I have no business. I mean, I got away from a life-threatening situation. But in that situation, I felt like maybe you put the gun away, and seeing Jamel with a knife, it further me wanting to say what was on my chest.
Okay. When you got to the area where the stop sign was that you described, you made the left turn, you walked to the stop sign. That's what you said, right?
Yes.
Who was the first person that got to where the stop sign was?
Rocky.
And then who was the next person?
Jamel.
And then after that?
It was basically like it was fine.
And when you got to the stop sign area, with Ills, what was the next thing that happened?
I'm still talking, but then I see Rocky turn around. Can I explain what happened?
Yeah.
So I see Rocky turn around. When he turned around, he was like, kind of looked like a movie. The whole thing was like a movie, like, you know what I mean? So he kind of like pointed down. He shot the first shot. When he shot the first shot, I felt my hand hot. So I grabbed Ills, used him as a shield. He's going around trying to shoot me between the Ills. 12B is off to the side. I'm not really worried about
No,
I'm
no, no,
just-
no, 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 no. You used another one of your boys as a shield? What is wrong with this case?
trying to like not get hit at this point.
You said, as you were saying that he had the gun out, you had your right arm extended about shoulder high. Is that-
Yeah, because he kind of like, when he turned around, he kind of like his back was turned, like it was kind of like just you turned around, the gun's there, he kind of like jumped when he shot, and kind of shot down, like, you know what I'm saying?
The gun that he was holding, did it look like the same gun that he pulled on you at the parking lot?
Yeah,
And when you say he shot down, what do you mean by that?
I mean, like it was kind of like this. It wasn't like I don't know what he pointing and doing, but it wasn't like aiming at you. It was kind of like that. So he, like I said, it was like a movie, kind of like boom, and then like just running around trying to like get me.
Okay, the motion he made with his arm, Your Honor. Yeah, so he had his arm extended out, and then as he was saying shot down, he lifted his arm up to about head high, and then had his pointer finger sort of pointed forward but in a downward trajectory.
Hand was higher than
Well, I don't really remember, but from what it was more like it was fast. He turned around, and then it was like boom. You know what I'm saying? Like
Yeah.
not like that.
Okay. You said that as he shot the gun the first time,
Mhm.
you said your hand felt hot, correct?
Yeah,
Where on your hand felt hot?
my left hand.
Where?
Left hand. Just right above my knuckles. Like my knuckles is right here, below my knuckles. So it's right here. And if I was to fall, you would see other injuries on that picture from that day from my knuckles and all around here. That's why. You know what I'm saying? Like,
Okay, yeah, I just have to, when you point this out, I have to describe it.
so my knuckles, my
What
hand,
he's
I still
pointing
got
to
a
are,
mark from that day.
what he's pointing to are the middle knuckles on his left hand. Kind of, he has his hand sort of curled and going across.
Yeah, right there. So it's right
Hold
here.
on, hold on. Don't hands up at the same time. So wait, go ahead.
I think I was done. He motioned with his right hand across his left hand, middle knuckles.
Ask another question.
You said that you then, got behind Ills, correct?
I dashed to him. I got ran to him and then just grabbed him.
How did Ills react to this?
Oh, he was like petrified. He was screaming. After he literally said, "You could have got me killed." And I said, "What? You came with him?"
Wait, I want to say right at that moment, though. I don't want to jump ahead. So right at that moment, you're saying he was petrified, correct?
Petrified.
Physically, what did he do? Did he move at all?
He was petrified. I grabbed him and he's like screaming, "No, no, no." And I'm using him every which way.
When you say petrified, though, is he moving at all or is he standing still?
Yeah, he's trying to move. And then he dropped his body.
Okay. And were you intentionally trying to position Ills between you
Oh,
and the
yeah.
defendant?
Yeah.
Okay.
Anybody that would have been there would have did that, especially if you came with him.
And then, 12 for Jamel, what did he do?
I don't know because I'm too busy grabbing Ills. I don't really see what 12 is. He's off to the side. I see him off to the side the whole time, but I don't really know what's going on. I don't even see them running off really. Like I'm still dealing like with ills literally telling me I could have got him killed while I'm just running off.
Right, like, again, I don't wanna jump ahead, I wanna say right at the moment when the shots are fired. Are you saying as the defendant fires the first shot, you then move around to this, you're not paying attention to 12, so you're not entirely sure what he did?
No, I'm not really sure what Toby was doing.
Okay, then after the first gunshot, what did you see the defendant do? Physically, what did he do with his body?
Oh, he's running up and he shot again.
What does running up mean?
Like he's running and shooting, like he's trying to like find, he's trying to look for a way to shoot, because if I wasn't grabbing the ills, I mean.
Did he physically come closer to you?
Yeah.
And
He got close.
you're saying,
The whole time it was close, but he got.
Guys, here's why shout out to Pretty Esquire. Here's why this story sounds so fucked up. I'm sorry to swear, but it's already pissing me off. It's not clear. It's not coherent. There is a jury right there. This prosecutor is so worried about language and clear presentation and clean things for the transcript that he's messing it up. He's not asking questions. He's so worried about how it appears the story's all discombobulated. We're all confused. Are you confused? I'm confused. I'm hearing he's using his friends as human shields, and that ASAP Rocky's still trying to poke the gun somewhere so he could shoot at him. And then there's no scars on the hands. Did you fall and get the scars? Did he shoot you? Did you get grazed? Like, what is this? If you're confused, put a 1 in the chat. If you're like, no, it makes sense, AV. It does. Put a 2 in the chat. I'm lost. I'm so lost right now. And if we are lost, then the jury is lost.
Really close.
you were saying that he was trying to move motion around hills, correct?
Mm-hmm.
Is that yes?
Yes.
Okay. Okay. I'm gonna move to the video again.
Is it a new exhibit or?
No, same exhibit, it is People's 15.
Ace.
What I have on the
He's so
screen
funny.
is the file that's labeled sequence surveillance video from People's 15. I have it right now on the video player at the bottom. It's paused at 31 seconds into this video file. And it stopped there. Mr. Efron, do you see the larger video in the background?
Yes.
Mostly gray.
Yes.
Do you recognize that area that we're looking at there?
Other than that day,
All right, I'm talking specifically about that day. Can you orient yourself on what you're seeing from that part of the video?
maybe to the far right, that's where the curve is at. That's where the curve is at, and the stop sign where like the incident happened.
Can you point to it with the pointer?
So pretty much we walked right here, and Rocky got to like right along.
Keep your voice up.
I said we got to like right here, and then as soon as like he got into the street around right here, that's when the shooting took place.
Okay, I would say he's pointing to the top left-hand corner, in where the street area is that we can see.
Second.
All right, I'm gonna play the video and then I'll go back and ask some more questions about it. All right, start trying to do watch. I'm gonna pause it at 55 seconds. Back. I'll ask you some questions.
All right, so we heard the 2 gunshots.
So let's start at the beginning and start from. I know it's gonna be hard to see from here, but from taking you back to that night, you see the person that we can see best at the top left-hand corner, kind of in the middle of that street. You see that person?
Yeah.
Who was that?
Right.
Okay. There's another individual.
The red jacket.
Okay. Let me just finish the question though, because the court reporter has to take it right down. So that would be just above him and maybe just slightly to the left. There's another person there. You're saying that's Jamel?
Yeah, yes.
Okay. And then you and Ills at this moment, are the 2 of you at the street corner?
I don't know, it's kind of blurry.
That's
Yeah, I can't really see if that's a high group or like people that came with it.
That's right. Let me play it forward a little bit. If you could watch them. But with that, as your memory from that day, would that be the area that you recall being at?
Yes.
Okay. I'm gonna play it forward just a little. Did you see the movement of those 2 people that I was pointing to just a few seconds ago?
Wait, go back.
Sure. Did you see that?
Yeah.
Was one of those individuals you,
Yes.
and the other one was Hills?
Yes.
And what motion did you see yourself take on the video?
Like running towards those.
Okay, would you have been farther to the left-hand side of the screen just slightly?
Yeah, I'm on the left. It was be on the right.
And, okay, then we go back just a little, starting again at 35 seconds. The person that we see moving forward, is that still the defendant?
Yeah, so I'm kind of like running around Elch at that point while Rocky's like, it's like a circle.
Okay.
In like a circle.
I'm gonna go back and restart at about 35
Yeah, that's a
seconds.
terrible
Can you
cough.
focus, this time I'm gonna ask you to focus on the person who said it's 12 feet, and tell us where you see that person go. Okay? All right, and I'm pausing it at 42 seconds. Where did you see 12 go?
He ran across the wall.
Okay, I have paused here at 42 seconds. Would it be this person here?
Yeah. Yes.
And
Uh-oh, there's the
do you
lean.
remember what this
There is the lean.
area was at all? I know it's been
No idea. No idea.
okay. But was there a wall here? Is that what this
Yeah.
white object
Yes.
is? All right. Did he make that motion right as the gunshot started happening?
Yes, he did.
I'm gonna play it forward. And I'm gonna stop it at 50 seconds. If you need me to go back, I will, but did you see what you and Bills were doing at that part that I just played? That's short.
I'm gonna go back. I was looking at Jamel still.
That's fine. Start back at 47 seconds. Oh, hold on. A little farther. Start at 42 seconds. stop it at 51. Did you see what the two of you were doing?
Yeah, so after Hills dropped his body, I probably was just looking to see where he was before I just run off or continue back down like Hollywood where I was at before.
Okay. When you say Ills dropped his body, what do you mean by that?
Like physically just dropped, like his weight.
Did you do anything to push him to the ground?
No.
You guys see what I'm talking about? When the prosecutor's focusing on words, like even Relli's confused. Look at Relli. Relli's like, dude, what the hell? I'm trying to tell my story. But what the prosecutor's doing is he's taking this hood terminology and he's making it look very bad. Like he's like, when you say he dropped his body, what does that mean? And it's like, okay, there's ways to do this. There's ways to relate. But right now, you and your witness are not connected at all. And it's making the story come off as very confusing because he's spending more time trying to clean up the transcript instead of getting this story out in a clean way. Shout out to Cam who dropped. We're going to talk about that super chat in a second, Cam. I do think that cross-examination with Relli is going to put this trial in jeopardy. It really is. I mean, it's going to be bad.
Did you strike him?
No, of course not.
Did you throw any punches towards him?
No.
So are you describing him essentially dropping his body to try to get away from you? Because you're trying to hold him?
Oh yeah, for sure.
Did you personally go to the ground as he dropped his body?
Yeah, as he dropped. So I like kind of dropped with him. You could see me like almost drop, but looking back to see kind of.
All right. And then fair to say at that point, that's when the defendant was running
Yeah,
away.
you could see Jamel like pushing him away at that point.
All right, I'm gonna play another video file.
Acopina, and this cross is going to be crazy. He is KV, but some of the questions are hard. I feel like it's confusing them.
Yes, on the same drive. And right now I have it paused at 46 seconds. Mr. Efron, would you agree this appears to be the same camera angle?
Yeah.
Okay. I'm gonna play it forward. And I'll pause it in a second. I'm gonna pause it at 54 seconds. Does this look like a zoomed in version of that, in that area where you're describing this interaction happened?
Yes.
Okay. I'm gonna play the video forward from here. I'll ask you some questions. Okay, I'm gonna stop it at 1 minute, 16 seconds.
That's hard to see, guys, because there's glare.
Sorry, you just identify with that, what exhibit this is?
It's 15.
Well,
The video is called Combined Surveillance Video. So if you want to see, there's
not the sequence.
there's sequence, there's combined, and then there's the 3 files.
They're all part of it.
Yes.
This one's combined surveillance with it.
Yes.
Combined. Okay, thank you.
All right. Starting at about 50 seconds. Zooms in. Again, just so we're all on the same page of who we're talking about. Where it's paused at 55 seconds here. This individual here in the sort of in the middle of the street area, that's the defendant, correct?
Yes.
The person just to the left of him and slightly above him?
Jamel.
Okay. And then it's hard to see where you and Hills would be, but could you agree
Both can't talk at the same time.
That's okay. You'd be towards the left here, more closer to the corner of the street, correct?
Correct.
I'm going to play it forward and pause it at 1 minute and 2 seconds. Can you make out which person you are, Mr. Efron?
Right here in this picture.
Yeah, where it's paused here at 1 minute and 2
I
seconds.
know with the white Air Forces, it's really hard to tell what the white Air Force is. Oh,
We can't see anything.
I can see it better on here than on the big screen for some reason. But on here, over here looks way better.
Okay.
Well, I'm in this figure, whatever this is right here, but on here you can actually see it more.
Can you actually see on your back, Mr. Efron, the design that was on the back of your sweatshirt?
Yes.
Okay.
Look at the socks. It's on the
And
bottom.
You point to where the design is, if you can see it on the big screen. So it's sitting right in the middle of the top of the where the image is paused on.
To be precise, it looks like a white circle on your body.
Okay, and I'll play this video over here.
Yeah, we got 1994 OJ
And we stop it at a minute and
stuff
14 seconds.
happening with
At this
audio
point,
visual.
have you and Ills separated from each other?
Yes.
And why did you let him go at that point?
Because I've probably seen Rocky running off already.
Okay. You described the first shot, the motion the defendant made with his hand as he shot the first shot. Was the second shot any different from that?
I don't know at that point. I'm ducking.
You weren't really paying attention to
So no, I just was really just trying to grab those.
Okay. 1 second. Do you recall? I'm going to show you people's 7. Do you recognize that area at all?
Yeah,
And what is that area?
that's what happened.
Okay. So where the 2 shots were fired, correct?
Mm-hmm.
You say yes?
Yes.
When the shots were first fired, can you point for the jury to a spot that is near where you were on that street?
I was coming down here, and I probably got to around like right here, I believe, and Rocky was like right here,
Okay.
and it got like around, then it got all around this area, kind of.
You know, Your Honor, actually, I think what may be easier, I'm gonna have him just mark on the photograph itself, the people 7. Let's do, for you, can you put an X where you would be when the first shot would happen?
Probably hopped up the curve a little, but I was like right in.
Okay, and then do a triangle for where the defendant was. Okay. Hey. Put that back up.
I totally agree, KL.
Okay, a little better. The
Seems like
X
a
is
disconnect.
Right here, correct?
Yes.
And fair to say that it was closer to the curb,
Yes.
and where you're describing was right by the corner, correct?
Yeah, correct.
And then the triangle that you made for the defendant is here more in the middle of the street on Vista Del Mar, correct?
Yes.
Okay. As the defendant was shooting at you, was it your belief that the gun that he was using was a real gun or a fake gun?
Can you say that again?
Yeah, did you believe as the defendant was shooting at you that he was shooting a real gun or a fake gun?
Oh, it was a real gun.
And what led you to believe that it was a real gun?
I mean, I was hit. I was hit.
Is there anything else about it?
I want to know the difference between, I mean, I don't know how would you, somebody shooting at you, I don't know how to answer that, kind of.
Okay, sir.
And I wasn't, like, I was grazed, I wasn't hit, I didn't have a hole in my hand or nothing. It was like, that's what it was, you know.
At the moment that he first started firing at you, what would you estimate would be the distance between the two of you? And if it's easier to point to something in the courtroom, you can do that.
From the first shooting,
Yes.
probably like where I'm at from where you at, probably, I guess. Or a little bit further, I don't know.
This is the, immediately where Mr. Celeb is standing,
Yeah.
approximately 15 feet from the
Okay. By the time he fired the second shot, what was
Yeah,
my
a
distance?
little further, like a little, it was, yeah, around there. Yeah.
Sorry, which shot were you talking about?
The first one was like 15 to like 7. 15, maybe around there, yeah. 3 years ago.
You said on the second shot that he moved a little closer to you. What would you estimate would be the distance of that one?
Oh, he was right up on us. I'm saying us because it was being ill.
Don't say
I thought it
skips
was
away.
shots because I'm just trying to like, you literally just duck underneath hills, do whatever. Which way he was going, I'm putting hills towards him.
How many shots did you believe that he fired at you?
At the time, I believe it was 3 or 4.
In fact, when you reported this to the police, how many shots did you tell them that he fired at
I believe 3 or 4.
you? And did you tell that to multiple police officers?
I did.
Was there anything that happened after you reported this to police that caused you to change your opinion on how many shots he fired?
No.
So you still, as you sit here right now, is it your testimony that he fired either 3 or 4 shots at you?
I mean, I've seen the video, so I understand it was 2 shots now.
That's what I mean. Okay, so as you sit here now, it's your belief he fired 2 shots at you, right?
Yeah.
But when you initially reported it, you reported it as
3 or 4 shots. Yeah. Doesn't sound like that. We're in like a closed, it's real loud. You know what I'm saying?
You said that what changed your opinion was that you watched a video, correct?
Oh, yeah, the preliminary hearing
Okay.
was the first time I seen the actual, like, the sound of the shots.
Your Honor, was the court judicial notice that the preliminary hearing was November 8th of 2023?
I don't have the transcript. Does everybody agree with that?
That's right, yes. So between the date of this incident, November 6th, 2021 to November 8th, 2023, in those 2 years, you believe that it was.
Kimbo, don't do me like that, Kimbo. Stop.
And then after you watched the video that had sound, after the preliminary hearing, you changed you understood then that it was 2 gunshots, correct?
Yeah, yes. I mean, truthfully, I thought it was way more, but I'm going off of the video because mentally I thought I got shot at a lot of times.
Okay. If you can, just clarify for us, when you're referring to something, if it's based on your memory or from watching the video. Can you do that?
Yeah, sure.
Okay. Now I'm gonna have to mark my next video.
17.
When do you guys think we're going to get crossed? Today? Tomorrow? Guess.
showing me what's marked as People's 17. Do you recognize what you see there?
Yeah,
And what is that?
that's my left hand.
And do you know who took this picture?
Probably was off my phone.
This is a picture you took.
Yeah.
Okay. And
Well.
do you?
Well, hold on. So this is it's labeled exhibit 17. And again, guys, I know it's hard to see because there are cameras and everything. They need to be upgraded, obviously. And it's crazy because it's like, it's LA. Like, isn't Hollywood there? Like, it should be very easy to hire people that can enhance courtroom production. We're looking at a photograph of Relli's injuries. Again, something else that he took a photo or video of. The police are not doing this. Relli's doing it. We had him take photos of the clothing he was wearing. Now we have another piece of evidence that he took himself. It's a little strange.
Do you know when you took this picture?
Probably the day after or the day that day.
So you're thinking either November 6th or November 7th?
Or 8th. I don't know.
Okay, that's fair. Somewhere within a day or two of the actual shooting.
Right. Did he go to the hospital?
And the red marks that we see on your pointer finger, middle finger, and slightly on your ring finger there, what caused those injuries?
A graze, I believe. Because, like what I said, I felt something hot. And if I was to pull on my hand, I'm not no expert or anything, but if I was to pull on my hand or anything, my knuckles at the top would be messed up and everything else would be messed up. It just was right here.
Okay. So
And
you're
I
saying,
weighed 210 pounds, so probably at that time I weighed 190. So if I'm falling on my weight, my whole knuckle would be damaged on my whole hand.
Ron, that's the response to the question. What's the
State,
cause?
yeah, that was a non-response.
when you say graze, are you talking about graze from one of the bullets?
Yes.
Okay.
Hold on.
It's gonna be a leading objection, but it's saying work.
What do you mean when you say graze?
Like when he shot the first shot, I felt my hand hot because I felt like I got grazed.
By what?
A bullet.
Thank you. After the second shot, so after the shooting, where did you see the defendant go?
I just ran after it. I just grabbed it.
But where did you see the defendant go?
After the shooting or while he was shooting?
After the shooting.
Oh, I seen him leave. Like I think he just took off
Okay.
and he ran.
And did he run out of your view? So you lost sight of him?
Yes.
Where, after he took, was he the first one to leave?
I don't know.
Did you see at some point, sorry, I didn't mean to talk over you. Did you see at some point 12 people?
It was 3 years ago. I really don't really remember that. I just remember what happened to me. Like all these small pieces, it's kind of hard to like remember unless I have something physically or I said something around that time to remind me.
Was there a moment after the shooting where it was only you and Hills who were left on that street together?
Probably for like a second, he was still getting up or he was ready to run.
Okay. After Hills went to the ground, what was the next thing that happened?
I think they took off. Like 12 and Rocky took off, and then I'm probably like scanning the area to make sure he's still not there or shooting at me. And then I took off back the same way that I came and went down Hollywood back to the Lowe's.
When you say the same way you came, are you talking about the same streets that you walked?
Yeah.
Okay. So you had been headed back towards the W Hotel in that area?
Yeah, correct.
And then did you walk all the way up to Hollywood Boulevard?
Yes, I did.
And from Hollywood Boulevard, did you?
Brief interruption. A lot of you guys are asking if he went to the hospital. Of course, I really do believe that there is a huge disconnect with this prosecutor and Relli. I mean, it sucks because it is the way that the prosecutor is phrasing the questions. Like, I really feel like this is a failure if you're really here to protect an actual victim. But here's the thing. If we do not learn in the next few minutes about the hospital, if he went to the hospital, that is absolutely, mark my words, guys, going to come out on cross. I'm telling you, look at Tacopina. He's leaning back in that chair. Tacopina is like a wolf getting ready to cross-examine him. I'm just saying, if we don't get the answer to that right now, it will certainly come out on cross. Let's go.
You walk all the way back to the Lowe's.
Yeah, I did. Yeah.
In the time after the defendant and 12E ran away, where it's just you and Il, I know you say it's a second. Was there anything that happened between you and Ilse at that time?
No, the only thing it was said, and I put that on everything on whatever it was, but he said, you literally almost got me killed. And I looked at him and said, what? You came with him. That was the only thing that was said between me and Ilse.
So there was a brief conversation?
It was real brief.
Did you physically assault him?
No, never hit Ilse. Never. And Ilse actually has a broken jaw. Like, he cannot get hit in the face. He has like a wired jaw because Rocky's cousin broke his jaw.
Okay.
Your Honor, Jack has been stricken, not responsive.
So stay. And the testimony is straight. Give the first a couple of words. Repeat the question, please.
Did you physically assault him? The question is, did you physically assault him?
Yeah, that calls for yes or no. Did you physically assault him?
No. Ilse, no.
That night, November 6, 2021, did you know of any physical sensitivities that Ilse had?
Excuse me?
Yeah, did you know that Ilse had suffered an injury before November 6, 2021?
Did I know that his
Hold on.
You can answer.
Did I know he had like a permanent broken jaw?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. We go back briefly to the surveillance video. Let's stay with this same file, Your Honor.
15 on 15?
Yeah, but the file label combines surveillance video. Briefly. I have the video paused at 2 minutes and 47 seconds. If you could watch it, I'll play it. I'm gonna play a couple seconds and then I'll go back and ask you a question, okay?
Yes.
All right, I'm pausing it at 2:54. So let's go back to 2:47. I'll pause it here at 2:48. Do you see the individuals at the sort of towards the bottom right-hand corner of the screen there?
Yes, I do.
You see the person who's walking in front appears to be wearing a black sweatshirt, and the person behind has a red jacket on.
Yes.
Do you recognize who the person in the black sweatshirt is?
Yes, Rocky.
And who's the person in the red jacket?
Jamel.
Again, when you say Janelle, that's the person you also refer to as 12, correct?
Yes.
Okay. All right, last person I want to show you on this video. Have it paused at 3 minutes and 51 seconds. So there's only one person depicted in the video here, kind of in the middle of the screen.
Yes.
Do you recognize who that person is?
Yeah, that's Elijah.
And same person you've also been referring to as Bills.
Yes.
All right. Thank you. You mentioned that in your testimony just before that you have watched the surveillance video as part of this case, correct?
That's correct.
At least some of it. Is that
Yes.
correct? Do you know when you first reviewed any surveillance video in this case?
I believe the DA called me to identify in a video if that was Rocky and like the first shooting. But I think that was it.
Okay.
Wait.
Um,
Hold on. When did the DA contact you to get the case started? Let's go back. We gotta listen with the good ear.
correct.
That's correct.
At least some of it. Is that
Yes.
correct? Do you know when you first reviewed any surveillance video in this case?
I believe the DA called me to identify in a video if that was Rocky and like the first shooting. But I think that was it.
Okay. Did you meet with police officers before you met with any deputy DAs associated with this case?
What do you mean?
Yeah, did you meet with police officers or police detectives before you talked to any prosecutors?
No.
The first person you talked to in this case was a prosecutor?
Oh, no, I talked to the police. Yeah, the police.
All right. When was the first time that you talked to the police? You don't have to give us a date, but you can say it was.
When I obtained a lawyer and walked into the Los Angeles Police Department.
How close in time was that to the shooting?
Well, I hit up a lawyer the same night, but it was late, so he advised me to I forgot what it was he advised me of at that time, but then I ended up going back and getting the actual bullets myself
Okay, hold on.
and taking pictures of the cameras.
How many? I guess my question is, are you talking about you went to the police?
There's such a disconnect here. Here's what the prosecutor's trying to get him to answer a question. Relli's not answering it. When were you first involved with the police? When did you first talk to the police? Now Relli's telling us when he went to go and get when he talked to his lawyer and when he went to go get the bullets himself. Relli, when did you call the police? And this is the thing. I don't like this prosecutor. I'm just keeping it a buck with you guys. I'm not a fan. Like if I have you on the stand, we're not moving on until you answer the question. If I need you to say that, if I need a date, I'm not going to let you keep talking. No, give me a date. Because everybody wants to know. The court of public opinion wants to know. Why did you understand? It's not adding up. So there is absolutely a disconnect between the prosecutor and Relli. Like these questions and answers are not coming out in a clean way. And I don't want to be unfair to Relli because he's getting a lot of heat right now. Everybody's calling him ASAP Telly. Like they're calling him the new 6ix9ine. He's getting dragged on the internet. And ASAP Rocky and Rihanna went out for dinner last night. I mean, they're chilling. So, it's a shame that the prosecutor could be doing a better job, but I really don't think he is right now.
Within minutes, hours, days, weeks, months, can you give us just a time period?
No, so I had to wait for the lawyer, and then I sent them everything that I like, the text messages, everything.
You're not answering my question.
Oh.
Give us just a time period. Don't tell me what you did, just say it was within hours, minutes, days, months. How soon after this
Did I go to the police station?
Yes.
The next day.
Okay.
Why was that so hard?
Did this incident happen late at night on November 6th, correct?
I would have to see.
Well, it was dark out.
Yeah, I know it was late, but I don't, like I said, it was 3 years ago. I don't remember the dates. I don't remember the streets at this point. I just remember what happened.
That's fair. But when you say the next day, is it possible that instead of being on the 7th, it was on the 8th that you went to the police department?
Yeah, so pretty much I was just waiting for the lawyers to respond back. So I had my business partner.
State, it's not responsible.
Okay.
There can be grounds for when he makes
It's
it,
not responsible.
could we have the defense state grounds instead of his objection when they? Just.
Well, responsible.
We have an objection.
Like I said, did you say no? You said objection.
Just objection. I thought it was pretty obvious. That was-
Can we just
It's
ask-
a non-responsive objection. He's not answering the questions.
Just say objection and the legal basis.
Thank you.
Okay. So the first time you reported this to the police, you say was within a day, either November 7th or November 8th of the shooting, correct?
Yeah, so pretty much I just wanted to wait for my lawyer.
That's just a yes or no, please.
Oh, yes. Yeah.
Thank you. Okay. Now, when you reported this to the police, how did you do that? Did you call 911? Did you call the station? Did you go to the station?
No, we just walked in.
Oh, do you remember which police station you walked into?
It was Hollywood or like, I know it was, yeah, Hollywood police station. I don't really remember.
And was there a police officer at the front desk that you talked to?
Yes.
And did you tell that police officer essentially what had happened during this incident?
I did.
After you talked to that police officer, did you talk to another police officer from that same station after him?
I don't remember.
Okay. Ultimately, did you meet
I
with
talked to
some?
so many people, like the lawyers, like with everything. It was just, I don't remember.
That's what I'm trying to. That's what I'm trying to unpack here now.
Okay.
So you talked to a police officer at the station. Did you then talk to a detective?
I think a detective came out because once I handed him the bullets, I think that's, and he seen the lawyer I was with, I think that's when he took it serious and like had somebody come out. I think I remember clearly.
Did you later talk to another set of detectives after that first detective that you talked to?
Man, they called me so many times, I don't even remember.
Is it fair to say you talked to a number of people about this incident from the
Yeah.
police department?
Yes.
Okay. Did all of those conversations that you're talking about so far occur before you watched the surveillance video in this case?
Yeah, it happened before I watched it.
So had you seen the surveillance video when you walked into the Hollywood police station to talk to the officer at the desk?
No, I didn't see no video.
When the detective from the Hollywood station called you, had you seen the video at that point?
I think they called me into LA, I forgot when, to identify. I think it was like, seriously, like 8 months later or 7 months, I don't remember, it was a long time.
So was it police officers that showed you the video for the first time?
Yeah, they did.
Okay. But have you already told what had happened before watching the video?
Yeah, yes.
As you sit here right now, do you remember the date that you first saw the video?
No,
And the video that you watched first, do you remember what was in the video that you watched?
it was the one of Rocky coming up to me and brandishing a gun, like where we had like the first initial, like when we see each other.
Outside of the parking garage?
From the, yeah, up front of the parking garage, yeah, across from the W.
Okay.
And I think they showed me the other one too of the parking lot. That was so long ago. I was just happy that they had the footage of the whole gun at the time. I was just like, I think that's enough.
So when you say the other one, are you talking about the sort of blurry distance one that we just went over?
Yeah, yes.
Did they, if you remember, did you see any other videos?
I don't think so. They didn't show me a lot.
Did they show you the video that I played at the end there of the defendant and 12E walking up the street?
No, they didn't show me none of that.
Okay.
I think they only showed me 2 videos, which was Rocky with the gun and then the actual like shooting taking place. Everything else they didn't show me. I found out during preliminary hearing,
So,
I believe.
yeah, and I don't want to jump yet to the preliminary hearing, but the first time you watched the video, did you see any video that had audio on it or attached to it?
Only one, but that was the shooting, but you couldn't see anything.
When the police showed you the video, did they play the one for you that has audio?
Oh no.
Okay. You said the first time you saw that one was at the preliminary hearing, correct?
Yeah, correct.
After this incident, so after November 6th, when was the next time that you saw Elijah?
After the incident,
Yes,
I haven't seen Elijah since
in person.
in person.
Now, if there's an allegation that Elijah suffered an injury because of this, was there anything that you saw that that you could speak to what Elijah was like after this incident?
You said it again?
Yes, if there's an allegation that Ills suffered an injury because of this incident, did you have any opportunity to see Ills' face after this incident?
I did because one of them posted a video and I took a snapshot of them all eating. They went out to eat the next day after the shooting.
Okay. And where did you see that video?
It was on, I forget whose story mode, but it was one of them, but it was like burritos. He even had his girlfriend there and a bunch of people eating. And it was toasting. And I just figured I'd take a snapshot.
And could you see Ills in that video?
Oh yeah, you can.
And you took a photograph of that.
I did.
Mark my next.
18.
These are his injuries.
Let's show you. Oh, right, just mark it 18.
Hold on. You guys, I think we're all kind of around the same age. Y'all remember projectors back in the day when you were in elementary school or in high school? They used to have those old school projectors where the teacher would put something on there, like a little paper or something, and they can like mark it up and all that because screen share didn't exist back then. And it would project on to the wall. This courtroom is so goddamn old that we're looking at a projector. Oh my God. It's like a projector mechanism. Not only does it the quality is just terrible for Hollywood. Like it looks like the OJ courtroom. It's so bad. The overhead. Thank you, Kiana. That's what this is reminding me of. He's like, we're looking at his hands. Look at the hands. We are looking at this man's hands. We are looking at this man's hands and he is taking like actual images and things and switching it out. And it's like, can you recognize this now? Like, are we still in 1995? Oh, Lord. Let's keep going.
There. Can you see that?
Yeah, okay.
Do you recognize this photograph?
Yes,
And is this the screenshot that you're talking about that you took?
it is.
And the video you watched was on November 8th, correct?
I don't really know how to see, but yes.
Okay. But you're
I can get
saying,
off my phone, you can see it.
are you saying you don't remember the specific date, but you know it was within a day or?
Oh, I knew it was the next day.
The next day?
Yeah.
And you see Ills in this still photograph?
Yeah, it was right to the, I believe,
Can you
that
point
was,
to him?
it was him right here.
Okay, so I would say it's the only face that we can see on the far left of the photograph to the stand next to the person in the red jacket who's standing there. Who's the person in the red jacket?
That's right.
Okay. And when you the video you actually saw of this, it was longer than just this one photograph, right?
Yeah, they was toasting.
And in the video, could you see more of Ills' face?
Oh, yeah, for sure.
Did you see any injury on Ills' face in that video?
No.
Okay. Now, I know we kind of jumped around a little, so I want to go back to the day of the shooting. After the two shots that we heard, the defendant and 12E ran away. You said you and Ills separated, correct?
Yeah.
And you walked the same path that you had taken up the street past the W down Hollywood, correct?
Yeah, back to the Lowe's.
Okay. What at that point was your reaction to what had just happened? How were you feeling?
Shit. I felt betrayed, I felt hurt. I felt like, that's why I was texting. I wanted to see where he was at with this situation. I felt like he was just denying it, like just acting like the shit didn't happen. So it was hard for me to like even trust him or anybody around him at that point. So I started calling like lawyers at my business partner.
Let me stop you. When you say he and him, are you talking about the defendant?
Yes.
Okay. Where did you? Well, I think you already said you went back to the Lowe's, correct?
Yeah, I went back to the Lowe's to get my girlfriend for 1 second.
Okay.
But I walked there. I walked to Lowe's and I ended up getting my girlfriend.
And
I went back
after,
and got the bullets.
so after you met up with your girlfriend, where did you go?
We drove back to the same spot. So that was within like an hour or 45 minutes. You could time stamp it and see how long it took me to get back there. But it wasn't hard for me to find the bullets because I knew exactly where I got shot at.
Okay. Let me stop you. So you and your girlfriend are together. You're driving. You said we went back there. Where do you mean when you say there?
To the incident.
Where the shooting happened, or where the
Crime scene.
The shooting.
Okay. That street corner.
Yes.
And I believe in your answer you said that, and this is your approximation, that it was about 45 minutes to an hour after the shooting that you went back?
Yes, correct.
Do you remember the exact time?
Probably, I seen it recently on my phone, but it had to be like 10:40 something, or maybe like 11:40 something. So that gives us like an hour from the time that the incident happened. And I took a picture of the bullet. So I remember, I think you have to show me the time or something. That's how I remember. But first I stopped at Dunkin' Donuts to get a pen and a brown paper bag. And then I went over there in hopes to find whatever I could find, whether it was cameras,
Oh
and
my God. Oh my God. Oh my God. We just covered Karen Reed this morning where officers thought it was a good idea to get evidence using these red solo cups. Just, blood in the snow. Let me just scoop it up. We're just, it's not going to be contaminated. We're not even going to cover it. It's just going to be open. You went to Dunkin' Donuts to get a paper bag and a pen to collect the evidence. What the? Dear viewer, I know I'm not tripping. I know I'm not tripping. Am I? I don't know. Why is he doing the investigation?
the picture of the cameras and everything, and then so happens to find the bullets. So I take a picture of them before I scoop it up with a pen and then put it in the brown bag.
Arizona, we're gonna take a break now. You ready? Okay. Stretch your leg. All right, folks, we'll be in recess for 15 minutes. So if you could all please be outside the courtroom doors at 11:30, as close to that time as possible. Just as a reminder, we're gonna go to.
I'm sorry, y'all. I mean, paint and sound. I mean, he went to get a paper bag to collect evidence. Like, what is this? I don't understand. Luckily, guys, we have a ton of TiVo time, so we can skip through the breaks. They took looks like it was almost a half-hour break. I'm so happy that we started later. All right, here we go. Relli is back on the stand here.
Thank you. Right before we broke, you were talking about how you went back to the street corner where this incident happened. You had your girlfriend with you, and you personally went back to look for evidence at the crime scene. You follow me so far?
Yes.
And you said that while you were at the corner, you found some fired cartridge cases or evidence that was at the street, correct?
That's correct.
And when I asked you if you remembered specifically what time you went back to the location where this happened, you referenced that you took photographs and there was a timestamp in your phone. Is that correct?
Yeah. Yes.
Okay. Now I'm going to ask to mark my next exhibit. I'm going to actually staple the 2 pages together here, so if we can do 19A and 19B.
Eighteen is what? Oh, the shot of the restaurant? All right, 1980.
Migo, I mean, I don't know.
Mr. Efron, let me actually approach. 19A has some small photographs on it. I'm going to hand the document to you before I put it up there, but take a look at that and tell me specifically if you recognize the 4 photographs that you see small pictures of on this exhibit.
Yes.
And what are those?
The pictures I took
Of
showcasing, I believe.
And were those pictures that you took at the scene when you went back?
Yes, it is.
Do you see in the column right next to that, under the line where it says created, there's a date of 11/6/21, and then on the topmost one it says 11:45 and 24 seconds PM. Correct?
Correct.
Does that match the time that you went back to the location where this incident happened?
Yeah, within an hour.
And would that be the time that you specifically took the photograph?
Yes.
Same time you were referring to in your phone, correct?
Yes, it is.
Okay. I'm gonna display this now so everyone knows what we're talking about. Did you take multiple photographs while you were at that location?
I did.
Okay. And Your Honor, I'm gonna just display the page in its entirety first, and then zoom in on the topmost row. The photograph to the far right here, is that one of the photographs you took of the cartridge cases?
It is.
And then the date and time created is in the next column over, correct?
Yes.
All right. And then going down the road, the second photograph would have been created November 6/21 at 11:45.
I'm sorry. This case is just a joke. No, number one, we've got the motherfucking overdrive. I was gonna call it overdrive protection. Overhead projector. Like we are in 5th grade, y'all. Like overhead projecting is happening. I still can't get over that. But this prosecutor is looking at evidence that Relli collected. Relli himself. You're not using evidence that a police officer used. You're using evidence that Relli collected. What is this? And you got Rihanna, you got Riri sitting right there watching all of this happen. Meanwhile, those 2 kids need some care and mommy and daddy are in court because of some shenanigans like this. I don't even think this is Relli's fault, y'all. Like, I don't know what Relli's motivations are. And I do feel bad for him. I can only speak to officers of the court. The prosecution, this is not a good look on the prosecutor's office at all.
5:49, so just a few seconds after the first one.
That's correct.
The third one at 11:47:56, correct?
Yes.
And the fourth one on this page, 11:48:01, correct?
Yes.
Now, and I can show them, approach me, we can show them to you closer. But would you agree that the first 2 photographs appear to be of the same cartridge case?
It is.
So even though there's 2 photographs, those photographs are taking pictures of the same individual thing.
Exactly.
Okay. And then the bottom 2 photographs, is that, are you taking a photograph of a second cartridge case?
I am.
Okay, so even though there's 4 photographs, these are only of 2 cartridge cases at the scene, correct?
Yes.
And were these photographs that you took before you picked up those items?
Yes.
Was, so these would have been in place at the time?
They were in place, never touched.
Okay. I'm gonna put up people's 19B. Do you recognize that, Mr. Efron?
I do.
And is that one of the photographs that you took?
It is.
I can't with this case. This one,
In total, while you were at that scene after you went back, how many cartridge cases did you find and collect?
2.
Did you find any more than 2 that you did not collect?
No.
I can't. He's questioning him like a detective. Oh my God.
Okay. Trying to pull up the computer here, but for some reason it's not recognizing something plugged in.
Oh, the projector's not working? Oh my God. Look at that taco pino lean.
There we go. thumb drive. On the actual drive itself, there's a folder labeled 1616 Vista Del Mar. And contained within that are two files. The bottom file starts with magic-QX and ends in the number 2000. That's the file that I have pulled up on screen here. And Mr. Efron, can you see that? Yeah. This would be the same camera that we've seen before, correct, of that location?
Yes.
And it's very small here, but in the bottom I have it paused at 230957. I'm gonna play it forward a little, and I'm gonna ask you a few questions. I can see any of these controls. I'm gonna ask you to focus your attention on that same street corner that we were discussing before. Can you see what looks like an individual person walking just off the curb now into the street?
Yeah, that's me.
Keep your voice up.
Yeah, that's me.
Are you sure that that's you?
Yeah, I'm sure.
How is it that you are sure?
Because we can go back to when I took the stamps and see, like, you know what I mean?
Okay. So that's,
You just put time on that, please.
yes. See, I paused it again. So right now it's at 23:10:31, which would be 11:10:31. 11:10:31. And you said you were there 11:45:26, correct, Mr. Efron?
Yeah.
So this would be half an hour before you said you got there, correct?
Half an hour before.
If this is 11:10 and you said you got there at 11:45,
Hold on.
Can we have it?
Yes.
What's the issues on witnesses?
Wait, you say what now? Say that again?
yeah, that video shows that person there at 11:10 p.m. and you're saying you returned at 11:45. That was what you said when you said refer to the timestamp on the pictures, correct?
What time did the incident happen again?
The incident happened at 10:17 p.m.
10:17. What time was this?
Encroachment. It might be easier for you to see than me, but it's saying 11:10 p.m.
Yeah, so that's correct.
Right.
Yeah, that's correct.
Well, I mean, can you make out the person that you see in that video?
Objection, Judge.
He's already answered.
Your Honor.
No speaking objections.
I'm asking
No
you for-
speaking objections. Asked and answered.
Your Honor.
Yes?
I would just ask, I would just ask that counsel, the court has ordered that counsel stay ground. When he simply says objection.
I know what he's gonna say. All right, I'll wait till he states the legal grounds. I'll wait till you state the legal
Please,
grounds.
thank you, Your Honor.
But I know what the legal grounds are, but as soon as he says objection.
Ask and answer.
He already said that.
This judge ain't playing. I like him.
Your Honor, I believe we are allowed to clarify.
Mr. Lord? No. Go ahead.
Would you agree that the person in that video, what color clothing items do you see that person wearing in the video?
Like again, a white shirt, I think like pants or something,
Okay.
or sweater.
And you previously said you were wearing a dark colored top, correct?
Mm-hmm.
Is that yes?
Yes.
But you're saying the person in this video is wearing a light colored top, correct?
What?
All I know, I went back and found the bullets. I don't know who that is or what time, or I know I came back within an hour. I'm confused on what this is right here.
Okay. When you went back to your hotel, did you change your clothing?
was so long ago, but probably, I don't know.
You also said when you went back to the scene, you were with your girlfriend, correct?
Yeah.
Did you see the second person in the video here?
No, but you gotta keep playing it.
You continue to play. All right, they're asking me to wait because it's in the computers.
Check it all out, find out what the problem is.
All right.
Right, we have a view of the steel here.
You have an opportunity to watch this video. And sorry, I can take that. It's distracting, the timestamp with the photographs. Did you have a chance to watch this video when you testified at the preliminary hearing?
I did.
When you testified at the preliminary hearing, did you say that's
Or grounds.
Yes, nice finish.
What's the action?
This regarding impeaching, which is not.
There's nothing wrong with impeaching, parties on witness.
You know, can we strike the word impeachment? That's not a legal objection, and he's now describing what we're doing, which is incorrect.
An attorney is entitled to contradict what a witness has previously said.
Did you previously testify at the hearing? That's not me.
What are you going to read from?
The preliminary hearing transcript,
What page?
127.
What order?
Right now, I'm
All right, guys, this is actually big. We're seeing an impeachment moment already. This is not good because Relli said something that is completely different from what he said yesterday. So this is pretty important. We're going to see how it plays out. And remember, we've got TiVo time. So Relli just now is, and I know we can't see it because of the really terrible technology in 2025. I cannot understand why LA is doing this to us. But on the screen, Relli identifies the person in the middle of the road as himself. And the prosecutor, this is what I mean about the connection. When you have a witness on the stand, you need to be very connected with them. You have to prepare them for their testimony. They're not connected. I've been noticing that all day. You guys have been noticing that. The prosecutor just said, so you're saying, Relli, that that's you in the middle of the road? He's like, yeah. You're wearing a light colored shirt? He said, yeah. Remember yesterday and we looked at those pictures and Relli said, this is what I was wearing at the, at the incident. He was wearing a dark colored shirt. So the defense team, if you could look at them on the screen, they are perked up right now. Like they are perked up right now because that's an inconsistent statement and they're moving to impeach and the prosecutor is currently scrambling and scraping to save this. Let's see how it shakes out.
at line 13.
Hold on. I don't have a transcript. I think I get one.
Where you get all this. Robert, we may have an extra copy.
Alex is going to get public.
Yeah, while Alex is saying that, we approach.
While he's doing that, Connor, I'm gonna, just for the sake of time, I'm gonna play the video forward and then I'll come back to the line of questions once you have a transcript. Okay, Mr. Efron, I just, sorry, my eyes are just not that good. I cannot see the time. It's so small. So it's stopped right now at 23:10:31. So it'll be 11:10:31. I'm gonna play it forward. And I'll read the time off where we stopped. Keep your eye on that person if you would, Mr. Efron.
That's not me, I don't look like that.
Hold on, there's no question.
No question.
Relli, please stop talking. Like, let it play out. This is like, I feel like I want to be there and coach him. Like, don't talk, let me do it.
Hold on. Right. Let's stop it there. I think I stopped it. Let me just read off the time. And we'll replay. So it's now at 23:11:39. So 11:11:39. Did you have an opportunity to watch that person that was depicted on the video during that period of time the video was played?
Yes,
And did you see any other people with that individual?
no,
I'd like to go into the transcript counter, but
Can you bring me the page?
yes.
We'll just take a look at it before you. 120, page 127, line 13.
Line 13. And it's going to go into 128.
All right, so let's take a look. Over to where?
Where's my house? Yeah, it leads to line 6, Your Honor.
All right, this is inconsistent with his trial testimony, so it's fair game. Go ahead.
Well, can we approach her? I just don't want to speak in objection, so that's all I'm trying to.
You can, the part that you wanted to read is inconsistent with today what Mr. Efron has testified to. You're entitled to bring out prior statements that are different than in court, in trial statements. So go ahead.
I'm not assuming that you're on. Yes. What is it?
All right, we got a squabble.
Is there something else I need to say? No. All right, go ahead.
So, Mr. Efron, when you testified previously, you were shown that video, correct?
yes.
Did you say, "That's not me"?
I believe so, it was a long time ago.
Do you want to refer to the transcript?
But I remember, I need to jog my memory. It's the first time I'm seeing it. Once I looked at the video, I noticed that's not me.
Okay.
I don't walk like that, I don't move like that. That looked like a homeless person or something.
So why did you say it was you?
Did you also in fact say, "I don't even walk like that"?
When before?
Yes, when you.
Oh, I just had to look just now and notice again, but yeah, I don't walk like that.
Okay. My question is, when you testified previously, you said, "I don't even walk like that."
Yeah. Yes.
Did you also previously testify that when you went back, quote, "I probably had the same hoodie on, that looks like a gray hoodie"?
Sounds familiar. How long ago did I say that?
Is that what you said previously? Meaning, you said previously that you were wearing the same hoodie, correct?
From that day? What do you mean?
I mean, okay,
I don't really, it was so long ago.
You told us that when this incident happened, you were wearing this hoodie.
Right.
When you went back to your hotel and then came back to find the fire cartridge cases, you previously testified you were wearing the same hoodie, correct?
Yeah, so I said-
And answer your line.
All right, Alex was giving me the, could you read the question?
Yes,
Damn it, really.
Question, when you went back to the hotel and then came back to find the fire cartridge cases, you previously testified you were wearing the same hoodie, correct? Answer, yes.
And when you watched the video, you commented that the person seen in that video was wearing a gray hoodie, or what you meant was a different color hoodie from the one that you were wearing that night, correct?
Correct.
And that testimony that we're referring to, or say you said that previously, that was on November 8th of 2023, correct? At a completely different hearing?
That was a preliminary hearing?
Yes.
Okay, yeah.
The court previously taken judicial notice today.
Yeah, the preliminary hearing occurred over 2 days. The first day was November 8th of 23. The second day was November 20th of 23.
As you sit here right now, do you have any recollection of how long it took you to find these fire cartridge cases after you went back to the scene?
Probably took me no longer than 2-3 minutes.
In your view, was it a quick, short period of time?
Yes.
It looks like we're about to go into some text messages and some receipts. Here's why this case is messed up, you guys. And shout out to John. I see you in the chat, John. John actually raises a good point. When it comes to assault is putting somebody in fear of apprehension. We have video that ASAP Rocky pulled out, even if it was a fake gun. We have proof that Rocky did that. That is assault all day. I'm just being honest with you guys. But when it comes to proving it beyond a reasonable doubt, when it comes to the decision of this jury, that's what we have. When it comes to Rihanna sitting, we're looking at the screen right now. Rihanna is sitting right behind this man. You also have a jury that is non-Black. Not a single person in that box is Black. Relli's, it's hard because I don't think he's realizing, and maybe it's the nerves, but you going to get evidence, you taking 2 minutes to go get the evidence yourself, you knew exactly where the shell casings were. These are things the police should have been doing. Like, it just doesn't, that part is not resonating. And I'm really worried here for him, because if it's not resonating for us, it's not resonating for that jury box. You guys saw the YSL trial, but all of those attorneys up here, not all, but a majority of them. And they mentioned that sometimes they would look at the law and crime chat to see what normal people thought about these cases, because it's indicative of what a jury might think. What does the court of public opinion think? It's not looking good for the prosecution team right now. But again, we still haven't seen Tacopino. He wants to get up. He's sitting right next to Relli with the curls. He cannot wait to get up and cross-examine Relli. Sorry, I said Relli. Rocky. He's sitting right next to Rocky with the curls. We want to see that cross-examination. Today is supposed to be a short day. We're running out of court time. Got about an hour left. Let's see what happens.
You talked yesterday about some of the reasons why you would not have physically attacked the defendant that day, correct?
In general.
you talked about in general the consequences that you feared that would come to your career in the music business. Remember that?
Yes.
Those were consequences that you feared would possibly happen if you got into an altercation with him. Have you, since this incident, suffered any actual consequences to your career?
Oh, of course.
Can you explain that to the jury?
I mean, it's been a living hell. You know what I'm saying? Like, death threats, people leaving me a snitch for saying something that happened. My social media, everything that I'm doing as far as social media, I don't have a presence there no more.
You said you were working in the music industry managing.
And then like my artists turned on me, my producers, they all turned on me because of this decision I made. They felt like, okay, this is gonna be like, I can't back them up no more. I can't support them with what I'm doing, going to the police. They didn't want nothing to do with me no more.
When you say they turned on you, what does that mean?
Like they didn't follow me, wrote shit about me, like some of them. Other ones just like understood.
Well, I mean, that well, suggestions.
Are you still working with any of those individuals?
No, nobody.
So that would include artists or musicians that you were working with, correct?
Yes.
Would also include producers that you worked with, correct?
Yeah. Yes.
You don't have any of those people that you're managing anymore, correct?
Nobody.
You said that prior to this incident, you had meetings with different executives from record labels, correct?
Yeah.
Do you still have meetings with record labels?
No, they all unfollow me and give me all of them.
Do any of them contact you anymore?
No.
You said you had your own management business called Shut Eye, correct?
That's correct.
Is that still a business?
No. I actually cut ties with all my artists and gave them their royalties. Like I didn't even get no back right now.
Stop.
Is it fair to say that your entire career in the music business is now no longer, does not exist anymore?
In that field of overall music, fashion, just the culture, it's done.
All of it.
Done.
And how soon after the shooting did that happen?
I mean, nobody really knew it was me until Jabari posted a picture of me. So then once that happened, it was over.
Okay.
That doesn't answer your question.
Yeah, was that picture specifically some way?
He's not answering any of the questions.
Relating back to this shooting?
Yes.
How so?
Because he
That's the thing, guys. You hear it? He's talking about like what the impact of this business, or the impact to his business from this incident and him making the choice to file charges against Rocky. But like the problem that the attorneys are having, I'm now seeing it on the defense side too, defense and prosecution side, is Relli is not answering the questions. He's answering them and then he's adding on things. It's like a narrative. And it's like, Relli, just keep it clean, quick, answer the question. Yes or no, one word sentence or light sentences. He keeps adding stuff on, and it's not good.
wrote on one of my pictures, this rat ass nigga snitched on my brother or snitched on my bro or whatever.
And after that, your career basically ended.
Oh yeah.
After the shooting, you already said you contacted an attorney, correct?
I did.
Did you ultimately, through your attorney, file a civil lawsuit?
I did.
And is the defendant one of the people that you're suing in that lawsuit?
Yes, him and his lawyer.
Okay.
There's a civil lawsuit.
say his lawyer, who are you talking about?
Joe Tacopino.
But is he seated at the
Tacopino.
And why was it that his lawyer wasn't at the shooting when that happened that day, correct?
No, but I got defamation lawsuit against him.
Your Honor, they're opening the door here.
I didn't, well, wait, can you read the question back and the answer?
Relli has a civil lawsuit. In addition to this criminal lawsuit, he is suing Rocky and Tacopino. I did not know that. Interesting.
Why was it that his lawyer wasn't at the shooting when that happened that day, correct? Answer, no, but I have a defamation lawsuit against him.
The question is, why was the attorney not at the shooting?
It definitely was not.
Why was it that
Ah,
Dashes, his lawyer wasn't at the shooting when that happened that day, correct?
Why was he?
call for yes or no. Mr. Tacopino was not at the shooting, correct?
No.
Answer another question.
Since, well, when you came to that preliminary hearing that we talked about before, did Mr. Tacopina ask you questions at that hearing?
He did.
Can you give us an approximate of how long that, how long he was able to ask you questions?
I don't recall. I don't remember. It's like a day, half a day. I don't really remember.
Okay. More than an hour?
Oh yeah, for sure.
And did you answer the questions that he asked you?
I did.
After that day, has Mr. Tacopina asked you to essentially, if you'll sit down for an interview?
No.
Did he ask you, or sorry, he did not ask you directly, but were you asked by the judge if you would agree to an interview with Mr. Tacopina since that day of the preliminary hearing?
Yeah, I was.
When did that happen?
Yesterday.
And what was your answer?
I declined
Why did you decline to talk?
because I spoke to him already.
One second, I'm sorry. Okay. I'm gonna mark my next exhibit on
20.
Do you have a friend, first name is Justin?
That's my business partner.
Is he a close friend of yours?
He is.
Someone you've done business with?
Yes.
After this shooting, did you exchange text messages with Justin?
I did.
And did you send him any messages specifically related to the shooting?
Not really. I don't know if it was people that relating or. Yeah, that's all.
Okay. So I'm gonna display what I previously marked as exhibit 20. Do you recognize what we see here?
Oh, we got receipts, y'all.
So I said,
Incoming.
"Well, this is money."
All right. When you wrote that, what are you referring to?
I'm referring to Rocky.
Oh my God. We got, guys, it's right here on the stream. This is Relli talking to his business partner, and he says, I want to get this ninja's money. And I think it says, I wanted to. And Relli says, he shot me. His partner says, you know that for sure? Yo, the plot thickens. Oh my God. So he's admitting it. He's telling us straight up. He's telling the world, I want Rocky's bread. He's married to Rihanna. They got kids. She has Fenty. She has the clothing line. She has all these songs. I've never seen a case like this. And he's not hiding the ball. The ball is right in front of you, dear viewer. Here is the ball. I want to get this ninja's money. We were all asking why he's doing this. And, you know, usually, I don't know. Let's keep going.
And again, was this text message sent after the shooting?
Yes, it was after.
Now, can you see Justin's response to your text, correct?
Yeah, he's a sarcastic person, so he said he's probably trying to get you to perform at complex time.
So when you received that, you didn't receive that as a serious comment that he was making?
No, because he always makes like weird side jokes.
Okay. And what was your response to him after that?
I really can't with this projector.
And when you say he shot me, who are you referring to?
So right.
Objection. He didn't say he shot. He said he shot at me.
Sorry, my apologies. I didn't read that correctly. When you said he shot at me, who are you referring to when you say he?
Rocky.
I can't with this projector. I feel like I'm in 5th grade.
Is there a way to determine?
There is. Give me just 1 second.
So weird.
Do you remember the date and time?
It had to be the 7th.
I don't have it printed. I can definitely pull it up on my computer.
You need to print something else for the projector?
We'll find the date and time and then we'll enter stipulation. That works good. Sure. Okay. I'm going to mark my next exhibit, Your Honor, 21. It is a 10-page document. Text messages, yes. Before I display, I'm going to approach and
Easy, that's correct.
Now, there's some information redacted on here, Mr. Efron, but do you recognize who the text messages in this thread are between? Okay. And
I didn't hear.
Me and Rocky.
the date that these text messages start, would you agree it's November 6, 21 at about 9:34 p.m.?
That's correct.
Okay. And if you need to refer to context, let me know. But there's 2 colors of text bubbles. There's blue and there's green. Do you know which one is you and which one is
I'm green. He's blue.
so the defendant's blue and you're green?
Mm-hmm.
Is that yes?
Yes.
And that first message, November 6/21 at 9:34 p.m., that would be before the shooting, correct?
That's correct.
Now I'm going to go all the way to the last page, page 10, and show you the very last message on this thread is marked at November 7/21 at 12:46 a.m. Would you agree that is after the shooting?
That's correct.
Okay. Now you said he is blue and you are green, correct?
All right, more receipts, guys.
Let's do this.
Here we go.
First page, first text message. What was the content of the text message that you received?
It's on a projector.
And then the second text message that you received.
Let's get to it.
All right. The third text message.
Stop ducking my calls.
And that one was read by you at 9:35, or sorry, 9:39 and 22 seconds p.m.
Correct.
Did you then respond to that message, correct?
Yeah, but we spoke because I answered his FaceTime call.
That's okay.
I lied. It's not about lying, but I didn't want to tell him exactly where I was at, so I said Trader Joe's.
That's fine. So, and I'm sure there are other messages you exchanged with other people, but I'm just asking you to focus on this,
Okay.
this thread. Your next response to him at 10:08:31 was, "I'm in front of Trader Joe's, drop location."
Correct.
Okay.
For the record, that was PM.
Fine.
Does he have
Okay.
gloves on?
Going to the third page, the top of the page, the first message.
Oh no,
I
it's
know
not.
It's a small
It's the light.
photograph, but can you tell just from that small photograph what that's a picture of?
That's the showcase now.
And is this you sending him a picture of the shell casing after the shooting?
That's correct.
And how soon after you took the picture did you send it to him?
No. 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 I don't know what else to do. I have to hit the button. Listen. This is a conversation between Relli and Rocky. Relli went to retrieve those shell casings. He took pictures of them and he sent them to Rocky. I swear you can't make this up. Okay, now I have to ask you guys, is it a money grab? Is it a money grab? I mean, he said it. I want this ninja's money. Put a 1 in the chat if you think it's a money grab, or put a 2 in the chat if you're a Relli supporter. I just, why, to send it to him, like, I can understand. And let's try to do this for a second. If you're Relli and one of your childhood friends pulls out a prop gun and shoots at, not shoots you. I don't even know how to defend this. I can't, like, it's hard. I'm biased in this one. Shit. I'm sorry. I mean, it's the text message for me that says, I want this ninja's money. That I can't unsee that. I can't. And, like I said, I know somebody that knows Relli and he's stressed out over all of this. He is. But it's like, okay, like, it is assault all day. I'm going to give him that. It's assault all day, every day. But seeing the receipts like this, why? Something about that doesn't add up. There's something in the equation that's fishy. For you to send Rocky this, and what I would ask is, what date was this sent? Did you send it immediately after? You didn't go to the police. You went to the police late after you called your attorney first. And granted, some people do prefer to call their lawyers first for proper advice. But at the same time, it's odd that you went to collect the evidence. It's odd that the evidence that's being used for this prosecution team is on a projector in California, where all these tech savvy people live. And we're still looking at 1995 stuff. They probably still have the same equipment from the OJ trial. I don't know why the quality looks like this. It's brown. Why does it look like... If Atlanta could get it right, oh my God, if Atlanta could get it right, why is this brown? Sepia. Shout out to Pretty Esquire. I think that's her joke. Sepia is brown. We don't have proper technology. We're looking at this evidence through I don't want to say it. We're looking at this evidence through an overhead projector. What is this case? But for you to actually, it's almost like you're dangling it over Rocky's head. Like, listen, I got proof. What are we going to do? And then we find out that there's a civil lawsuit against Tacopina, like ASAP Rocky's lawyer and Rocky, for defamation. So it's starting to come together why ASAP Rocky was like 180 days in jail, or do I take my chances with trial? Even with, and this is a hell of a risk, even with the surveillance footage of ASAP Rocky actually pulling out that prop gun, we have him clearly. It's assault all day. But I'm telling you, the way Relli is doing this, the way Relli is answering questions, coupled with the way the prosecution team is asking questions, coupled with the fact that we also have a non-black jury, like no one in that jury is black, it's starting to make sense. Why ASAP was like, take it to trial. It's bold. But this is crazy that Relli actually sent the photos of the shell casings to Rocky. Is that a threat of a lawsuit? You know, celebrities live a lot differently from me and you, from everybody else. And somebody said this in the chat earlier. It's interesting to see if they are treated the same in the American justice system. Are they treated better? Are they treated not fairly? I mean, with the Young Thug trial, we saw so many people that we got to get to know that were not celebrities treated unfairly. So that shined a big light on what happens here in the American justice system. I mean, the president had all those cases. President Trump had all these cases against him last year. And half of the people involved in the DOJ yesterday got fired. It was amazing. But like the legal system, and this is why I really enjoy this type of work and showing y'all and educating you guys as we go and pointing out the issues with it. It's fascinating. You know, you got the Statue of Liberty in New York, and it talks about freedom and justice, and that's what this country stands for. And I didn't know this, but I was watching a documentary on it. Do you know what the Statue of Liberty is actually standing on? There are shackles, and she's standing on them like, you know, these shackles are broken because we have the stain on American history, which is slavery, right? And it was abolishing that. But like what I think a lot of people don't talk about is that this justice system still has a lot of problems with it. This that we are watching on an overhead projector in Los Angeles in 2025, in Sapia, with two brothers that grew up with each other, one a celebrity, the other one not, that actually does have a valid assault case, but he's hanging it over ASAP's head. It's crazy work. It's insane. But let's see how this shakes out. I mean, this is fascinating.
I don't know, within minutes or if right there, I don't really remember.
Okay. You took the picture at 11:45 and then sent it at 11:58. Does that sound about right to you?
Yeah, that's correct.
But you sent it to him that same night, correct?
I did.
And this, again, this is after the shooting.
That's after the shooting.
And then your next message to him?
You tried to kill me. You tried killing me.
And now we moved into the next day, November 7th, but just past midnight. So 12 o'clock and 55 seconds in the morning, correct?
That's correct.
And then you said to him the next message?
You should have killed me.
And then your next message to him after that one?
I sent him a text message of his call to me. I mean, his text message to me, letting him know that. So when I said you should have killed me, I was meaning I'm about to be the biggest, like I'm about to do what I need to do.
You were showing him the prior text message where he said, "Where you at? Let's get to it."
Pretty much showing
Wait,
him.
both hands up at the same time. Go ahead and ask the question again.
Yes, you had taken a screenshot of the text messages where he said, where are you at? Let's get to it. Stop ducking my calls. And that's what you sent to him?
I did.
Okay. And that's at 12 a.m., correct?
That's correct.
It's word back.
If you can, Mr. Efron, even though you might know or think what the answer is gonna be, that the question is over, can you wait all the way until you hear the lawyer finish their question, because the court reporter can't get you both at the same time.
Okay. Now, would you agree that up until that point in the text thread, he has not responded to your messages, correct?
I'll have to see my phone.
So what I'm saying is, you said after the shooting, you texted him the garbage
Okay,
case, and you sent him 3 other messages. To that point, he never responded to any of them, correct?
Correct.
But after you sent him the picture of your conversation, he responded, correct?
Yes.
And what was the first message that he sent to you?
Bro, what the fuck is you talking about? Why?
What's up?
Bro, what the fuck is you talking about? Why are you telling people I shot at you?
And then he questioned or added a question mark to the message that you had sent to him previously, saying you tried killing me.
Yeah, you put a question mark on it.
What did that mean to you when someone puts a question mark on your text?
And like, I can't tell you what he meant by that.
No, how did you receive it?
I received it like he was not owning up to the fact. Like, I just wanted to see if he was gonna own up to what he was doing.
Okay. And then you sent him a response, correct?
Yeah, of my hand.
What were you showing him on your hand?
The graves.
The same injuries that we displayed before?
Yes.
And then
That was in Eagle 17.
Eagle 17, yes. And then his next message to you was to attach a question mark to your text of you should have killed him, correct?
That's correct.
Did you receive that the same way? Like you said, in your words, he wasn't owning up to it?
Yeah, he was in denial still.
Okay. Top of the next page. What did you text him after that?
I said I did love the dumbass.
What does that mean?
I love her. You know what I mean? Like, I didn't expect that.
Sorry, I couldn't hear someone cough.
I did not expect this to happen. So I was just telling him I had love for you.
Meaning before the shooting.
He said, I still have love for your dumbass. Oh my God. Like, this is a movie. He's not kidding when he said it's a movie.
Yeah, before it.
Okay. Can you read your next message to him?
I said, y'all niggas try to set me up and take me with my daughter.
Did he respond to that message?
He did.
What did he say?
I tried to do what? Nigga, I know you hate me. I hate you too.
Top of the 8th page. What did he say?
Stop making shit up, bro.
All right. And how did you respond to that?
I got bid.
Okay. At that point, what did you mean when you said I got bid?
I got video.
What video were you referring to?
So, I was thinking the actual, like, around, I probably was texting him after I got the bullets or something like that. I don't really remember, but when I said that, I probably was already back at my hotel and I already took pictures of every location we was at.
Okay, you said when you went back to take pictures of the actual cartridge cases, there were other things you were taking pictures of as well, correct?
Yeah.
What other things were you taking pictures
Any cameras I seen around?
of? On businesses?
Yeah.
And had you, up to the point that you sent this text, so we're now at 12:40 on November 7th. Did you watch video from any of those locations?
This is
No,
crazy,
have access to-
guys. This is crazy. People are literally on the internet calling him ASAP Telly. He just told us that he, in addition to gathering the shell casings by himself, to taking pictures of the clothing that he was wearing, just contradicted himself on the stand. In addition to all of that, he also went to local businesses that had cameras outside of the incident and took pictures of those cameras. In addition to sending ASAP the pictures of the shell casings, he's admitting to you right now, dear viewer, that he also took pictures of those businesses. He's baiting that over ASAP too. I don't know. What do you think? Whatever, you can't make it up. What do you think? Is it blackmail? I don't want to go down that route, but is it blackmail? Or is he really, really upset that his childhood friend pulled out what appeared to be a gun? It is assault. But do you go this far? Victims typically go straight to the police. Boom, something happens, police respond, police do the investigation. Boom, take care of it. But when you do this yourself in front of not nan black person is in that jury right now. I have a headache. Let's go back. Let's go back.
Any of those cameras?
No, I went to one building and told me I needed a subpoena.
Okay, so they specifically refused to let you watch it.
They wouldn't even acknowledge the fact that I wanted the video. They was like, you would need a subpoena.
So
I think I went with the lawyer that I had, and he told him that.
the point being that when you sent that text message, at that moment, you had not seen any video related to the case.
I haven't seen anything.
Were you only referring to the fact that you know there were cameras around it?
Yeah, so I wanted to reserve before it gets too late on what happened, because I didn't go to the police right away.
But I'm asking, what are you communicating to him with that text message?
Oh, I'm letting him know that I have evidence. Like you're not getting away from this.
Why is it that you felt like you had to tell him you had evidence?
Because he shot at me. He wasn't acknowledging the fact that he shot at me.
Was he denying that the whole incident took place? Is that how you received it?
Yeah.
Okay, we're gonna have to break it in 2 minutes.
I'm just want to finish with this and I'll be done in a minute. You, after that text message about the video, what did you text him?
See you soon, bud.
Then your next message?
I meant to say probably stop texting me. You lost it.
Okay. But what you actually sent him was
Text everything. You lost it.
All right. And then your next text,
Just stop texting me.
and then how did he reply to that?
Love me, but talk shit about me. Shit on me. Let me get cut. Which I don't know how the fuck I let this nigga get cut. And it still ain't cut you off. We never had.
Wait, Mr. Efron, can you just read the text and then I can ask you what
Nigga, you've been a op. You don't love me because we don't do business, so it is what it is.
Okay.
Like, you don't love me. You don't love me. You don't love me. Like, I'm going to get canceled if I say what I really think.
When he said that you talk shit about him, what did you take that to mean?
I never talk shit about him. If anything, I'm just voicing my opinion on why shit is not working.
Okay. Did you know what he was referring to when he said, let me get cut?
Oh yeah, I was there that day, but I had nothing to do with him getting cut.
You didn't personally do anything to him, correct?
No.
All right. And then when he says you've been an op, what is that?
That was the first time I ever heard I was an op from him.
What's an
So
op?
it was new. Like an opposition, maybe somebody you don't fuck with. Mind you, I told this dude many times, if you don't fuck with me, just let me know.
Okay. And then I get the rest. And then the last text.
Ladies,
that you
ladies, you know how to play. If you don't want to deal with me, you can just let me know. I mean, like, oh, I can't believe we are watching this together.
sent to you.
Now you trying to extort niggas talking about I shot at you and he shot you 4 times and all type of nonsense. You a phony, you don't have my best intentions. Stop
He
texting.
doesn't say mine.
Where?
You don't
You don't-
have the best intention.
Oh yeah, you don't have the best intentions. Stop texting me and stop calling my manager and call the police if I shot at you. You weirdo.
Okay.
So after that, that's when I was like, okay.
Hold on.
How did you receive that text message?
Oh, it was no more trying after that. I was gonna do like he literally told me to go to the police.
But
Okay, no. We're gonna go back. I wanna listen to that part again. This is Rocky's response. I wanna go back. Let's go back a little bit so we can hear that and analyze it, because it's like if this is Rocky's response, I really want to hear that part.
what did you mean when you said I got bit?
Video.
What video were you referring to?
So I was thinking the actual like around. I probably was texting him after I got the bullets or something like that. I don't really remember, but when I said that, I probably was already back at my hotel and I already took pictures of every location he was at.
Okay, you said when you went back to take pictures of the actual cartridge cases, there were other things you were taking pictures of as well, correct?
Yeah.
What other things were you taking pictures
Any cameras I seen around?
of? On businesses?
Yeah.
And had you, up to the point that you sent this text, so we're now at 12:40 on November 7th, did you watch video from any of those locations?
No, I couldn't.
Did you have access to any of those cameras?
No, I went to one building and they told me I needed a subpoena.
Okay, so they specifically refused to let you watch it.
They wouldn't even acknowledge the fact that I wanted the video. They was like, you would need a subpoena.
So
I think I went with the lawyer that I had and he told him that.
the point being though, when you sent that text message, at that moment, you had not seen any video related to the case.
I haven't seen anything.
Were you only referring to the fact that you know there were cameras around it?
Yeah, so I wanted to reserve before it gets too late on what happened because I didn't go to the police right away.
But I'm asking, what are you communicating to him with that text message?
Oh, I'm letting him know that I have evidence. Like you're not getting away from this.
Why is it that you felt like you had to tell him you had evidence?
Because he shot at me. He wasn't acknowledging the fact that he shot at me.
Was he denying that the whole incident took place? Is that how you received it?
Yeah.
We're gonna have to break it in 2 minutes.
I'm just want to finish with this and I'll be done. You, after that text message about the video, what did you text him?
See you soon, bud.
Then your next message?
I meant to say probably stop texting me. You lost it.
Okay. But what you actually sent him was
Text everything. You lost it.
All right. And then your next text,
Just stop texting me.
and then how did he reply to that?
All right, this is ASAP's
Told me what
response.
dope shit about me, shit on me, let me get cut, which I don't know how the fuck I let this nigga get cut, and it still ain't cut you off. We never had.
Wait, Mr. Efron, can you just read the text and then I can ask you what
Nigga, you been
That's the problem. Relli keeps adding things in. I'm gonna go back 10 seconds because this is ASAP's response. This is important, guys. ASAP's response was like, "Hey, you got me cut, and I still didn't cut you off." And then Relli says, "I don't know how I got this ninja cut." What is ASAP Rocky talking about? So there's more to this story that's going to come out on cross-examination, but I mean, I'm listening with the good ear. I hope you guys are too. Let's go back a few seconds to dissect that a bit. But something's not right there.
What you actually sent him was
text everything. You lost it.
All right. And then your next text,
Just stop texting me.
and then how did he reply to that?
love me but talk shit about me, shit on me, let me get cut, which I don't know how the fuck I
Muted, sorry. I'm so upset that we cannot read this with proper technology in California. But looking at this, that first sentence was Relli's, not Relli, Rocky is saying, love you. But even with those things, you know, I didn't cut you off. I got cut. Relli stops and then starts saying, well, I don't know how I got this ninja cut, right? Dissecting these text messages is interesting because Relli's, he's showing his hand here. Like, we already seen that him and the prosecutor are not like this. They're not on the same page. There was probably very little witness preparation because they expected ASAP Rocky to take this plea deal for 6 months in jail, away from Riri and the kids, away from all of that, even though we got him on assault. But what's interesting, and Relli is blowing this case to hell right now with this string of text messages because you're dangling evidence in front of him. You didn't go to the police. You collected it yourself. Like, I really wanted to be on this guy's side because it is assault. But what happened afterward? Your childhood friend. Why didn't you go to the police? Oh, this is crazy. It's crazy work. It's crazy work. But let's listen to these text messages a little bit more. But because he has that tell showing his hand of, let me show you what I'm thinking as I'm reading this. I don't think he understands that this is a courtroom. You're not supposed to do that. He's showing us what he's thinking in real time. But let's keep going. I'm furious, y'all. I'm so mad. But oh my God, let's go.
I let this nigga cut, and it still ain't cut you off. We never had.
Wait, Mr. Efron, can you just read the text and then I can ask you what you.
Well, nigga, you've been a op. You don't love me because we don't do business, so it is what it is.
Okay. When he said.
So we don't do business, but it is what it is. And shout out to whoever said I was on the wrong side. Listen, I'm not picking any sides. I'm on the side of justice. This should not be in a courtroom. It is assault. So that's, giving something to Relli. At the same time, dirty laundry being aired in a courtroom, wasting taxpayer dollars, is wrong. That is where you're getting the passion from me. So Axel, love you. In the words of Rocky, love you. But like at the end of the day, I want you guys to see both sides of it. This is a celebrity case, so it's a little bit different. But at the same time, I'm not picking sides. I'm just frustrated because I'm understanding what the jury is seeing and how they can be interpreting it. So Axel, thank you for your opinion. But let's go back in.
That you talk shit about him. What did you take that to mean?
I never talk shit about him. If anything, I'm just voicing my opinion on why shit is not working. Okay. Did you know what he was referring to when he said, let me get cut? Oh yeah, I was there that day, but I had nothing to do with him getting cut. You didn't personally do anything to him, correct? No. All right. And then when he says you've been an op, what is that? That was the first time I ever heard I was an op from him. What's an op? It's always new. Like the opposition, maybe somebody you don't fuck with. Mind you, I told this dude many times, if you don't fuck with me, just let me know. Okay. And then I get the rest. And then the last text message that he sent to you. Now you're trying to extort niggas talking about I shot at you and shot you 4 times and all type of nonsense. You a phony, you don't have my best intentions. Stop texting.
He doesn't say mine.
Where?
You don't
You don't-
have the best intention.
Oh yeah, you don't have the best intentions. Stop texting me and stop calling my manager and call the police if I shot at you. You real. Okay. So after that, that's when I was like, okay.
Oh, hold on.
How did you receive that text message?
There was no more trying after that. I was gonna do, like, he literally told me to go to the police.
But did you receive that as him denying that this incident ever took place?
Oh, yeah.
Anywhere in the text messages he sent you, did he refer to an allegation that he used a prop gun
No, never.
or a starter pistol?
No.
When he says stop texting me and stop calling my manager, what is he? What do you know what he's referring to when he says stop calling my manager?
So he had a manager, John, that I was cool with, and he did that. I sent everything I sent him, I sent to John. And John was like, pretty much like, whoa, let me see what's going on.
Okay, but that's what you thought he was referring to, was the fact that you were in communication with his manager.
With his manager, yeah.
Okay. You had a concern about what would happen if you ever challenged the defendant. Have those concerns been realized in your life?
Objection.
What do you mean by that?
Just about how much longer do you have?
That's it, Your Honor. That's my last question.
So you feel you'll be finished the correct examination?
Yes.
All right. Go ahead and ask the question.
Yes. You've told us about all these fears you had about what would happen to you, what would happen to your career, your life, if you challenged the defendant. What happened? Have those fears actually been realized since this incident?
Yeah, for sure.
Those consequences have happened to you, correct?
Yeah.
All right. I don't have any.
All right. I'm going to get the sidebar, not on the record before we.
All right, guys. So this is interesting. This is very interesting. It looks like that concludes today's feed. Now, just because I got my super sleuth hat on, and we have a little bit of time, it was a short day. They did say that they were going to go from 10:30 to 1. I want to go back to the defense's opening argument. We covered this already, but the reason why I want to go back to it is because I want to hear what Tacopina and ASAP's, position is, right? We are looking at these text messages, and again, like I said, guys, it is assault all day. It's on camera. Assault and battery are two different things. I've been trying to make sure that people made that clear, because that's one of the most enlightening things that I learned in criminal law and law school, was that battery is the actual touching part. Assault and battery, that's why you often hear them together. The assault part is the fear and apprehension and putting somebody in fear. So when Relli saw that prop gun, even though it's not a real gun, he's like, wow, you're pulling a gun out on me. And then ASAP 12E pulls out a knife. And remember, all these guys are friends. And then ASAP Relli puts another guy in front of him and admits today that he used him as a shield. And it's just like, how did all of y'all grow up together? Just one of your friends just becomes a shield? That's okay. So we're gonna bait Rocky for money. He admitted in those text messages, I want this ninja's money. We saw that. But at the same time, you are putting another one of your friends in front of you. And you just said on the stand that you used them as a shield. Did he file charges against you? What is happening? And then we find out you got a defamation case against ASAP Rocky and Tacopina. I'm so confused, you guys. This is wild to me. So we're going to go back to opening arguments. Let me just read some super chats real quick. Let's go back to the opening argument. I just want to see Tacopina's part, because I want to see what his position is. Really, that is what's going to show where defendant's coming from. And again, it's an opening statement. It's more of a guidepost. And I've talked to you guys about here in Massachusetts with Karen Reed. What I really appreciated about the defense team in that case is that they knew what the issues were going to be. They knew what the arguments were going to be. They knew what the evidence was going to be. But what they did, which was really smart, is they looked at the jury and they said, guys, all we want y'all to do is whenever it's cross-examination time, listen to what we have to say. That's keeping an open mind, right? So I want to go back to Tacopina, but shout out to JT Coin Rings who stopped in. Check him out, content creator, guys. JT Coin Rings actually collects coins. I love that. It's really cool. He's from Baltimore. Check him out if you haven't already. Dub Rightside gifted 10 AV memberships. Thank you, Dub, for doing that. E. Capone's in the building says, we learned a lot from you and the lead about the legal system. Keep the fire burning. Professora, that's the thing. And that's why this channel means so much to me, is like, there are so many people of color that are impacted by the justice system, but we don't really see what happens in these courtrooms every day. Look at what's happening to ASAP. This is happening to a celebrity. It's crazy work. But if it can happen to a celebrity, it can, and a president, it can easily happen to you or me. But at the same time, even with Relli, if you want justice for somebody doing something wrong to you, do you take the justice into your own hands? That's what it seems like. Again, not picking sides, because we like to devil's advocate, look at both sides, right? Like I said, I know somebody that personally knows ASAP Relli. And Relli last night, after yesterday's testimony, was really stressed out. We wanted to give him a chance, but the internet's calling him ASAP Telly, people calling him the new 6ix9ine, and we feel bad about that. But at the same time, it's like, we want to support you, but after what I saw today, it's a little tough. It's a little tough. It's a little tough. I mean, and that's just me. How do you guys feel? How does the jury feel? It's interesting. But thank you so much, E. Capone. Shout out to Cam. Cam says, I don't think he understands that a jury is going to be stuck on his potentially self-incriminating statements. And Cam, you said this at the beginning of the stream. I mean, Cam, let's look at everything that happened after. But it says he thinks he can relate, but yikes. And that's the thing. You know, at first I was concerned because I was like, is the prosecutor just not connecting with him because you're focusing more on clarity for the transcript instead of what's actually being absorbed by jury members? And Al Sharpton came out and was just like, not nan single jury member is a person of color. That's strange. And, you know, you think about it for Rocky, like, why would you risk that? But now we're seeing why there are some risks happening. So thank you so much, Cam. That was actually super valuable to the conversation. Shout out to D with the 2. D says, if the gun was a prop gun, why not turn it over? And that's the other thing, guys. I don't know if you caught it yesterday. The judge, who is not playing around, the judge did ask the defense team if they were willing to turn over the prop gun. And the defense team declined. They said no, that they were not going to turn it over. Why? What the strategy behind that is, Deonra, I don't know. You know, I think we will see that in the next few days, but it's starting to play out slowly. So thank you, Deonra. Kelly Kell, our favorite 2L in law school. She drops a 2, says ASAP could have fixed this with a hug. That's the thing. Really am curious about ASAP's position on this. So that's why we're going to go back to Tacopina's opening argument. But thank you, Kelly Kell. Shout out to Mr. Please Don't Mess with the 5 says, is it still assault if Relli started laying hands on people first? This is actually a good question. I'm glad you asked. You know, what we can see from that angle of the footage, it's almost angled downward. And we're getting Relli's account of the situation. Remember, the defense is still, they're defending. They haven't had their time to talk about the narrative yet. The only time we have that really is in opening arguments. That's why we're going to go back. Now, what we see is you see ASAP's back come out in that footage first. and then Relli is holding him. What has transpired before that, we don't have video evidence of. Not yet, at least, from the way that they've presented this case. But if Relli was the first, what ASAP would have to do to prove that is when it's his turn and the defense gets to bring evidence in and they get to present the case, if they do it. Because if you guys remember, when it was the defense's time and the YSL case, that didn't happen. Both Max Shard and Doug Weinstein chose not to do that. We could see that here. ASAP's got a good attorney. ASAP's attorney, Tacopina, at one point represented President Trump and lots of, heavyweights in Hollywood. So we'll see if they even take that opportunity. Because sometimes if you feel like you have a weak case, and you guys can go back to the interviews that I did with both Max and Doug Weinstein, Max Shard and Doug Weinstein, they did not feel, as far as legal strategy, that it was necessary to present a whole thing. Their case is extremely different circumstances, and obviously went on for almost 2 years, over a year. It was a long time. They didn't feel that it was necessary. With ASAP's situation, maybe they do feel that it's necessary. And they want to defend. Like I said, we are watching Tacopina lean back in that chair. But I do want to go back to opening a little bit faster, real quick, just because now that we've seen what we've seen today, I think that Tacopino's opening will hit a little bit differently. Now, here's the other thing. With Tacopino's opening, there were a lot of objections. Yesterday, we almost saw a brawl or a fight between the prosecutor and Tacopino. Now, it's not the prosecutor that we saw today. It's somebody on his team. He was very whiny, to the point where Tacopino actually motioned and said, "He's always crying, Judge," and went like that. I don't think Tacopino's gonna take a lot of shenanigans like we've seen in other trials between defense teams and prosecutors, right? I don't think we're gonna see that. He seems to be, tough as nails when it comes to certain things, but I do want to pull this up and look at it one more time. Before we even got to opening arguments, Tacopino was all about making this case about money. That is the defense strategy right now. That, and he wasn't lying. Now that we've seen what we've seen today, we saw a text message where Relli said flat out, "I want this ninja's money." And Tacopino's opening was all about, this is about money. So I think it would be a nice refresher for you guys. Let's jump in. I have it right here. This is Tacopino's full opening. We have better footage, ironically. This does not look like 1992. We don't have an opening projector over here. We can actually see color in the screen. Wow. Ladies and gentlemen, let's jump in. Thank you, everyone that has donated to the stream so far with the super chat. This is super important. I really think it's important for you guys to learn about the justice system and, having a guide that's here to support you and give you the knowledge that I have, right? Let's go in.
Mr. Zlomek is finished, and Mr. Tacopino, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, this case is about one man's jealousy, lies, and greed. That man is not Rocky. That man is Terrell Efron, or you heard the name Relli. He is the source of all the evidence in this case, all of it. That the prosecution is going to rely on, he's the source of all the evidence. The two assaults you're going to hear about in this case were both committed by this Relli. Both. All the evidence comes through his mouth. Every single piece of evidence for you to decide these charges comes through his mouth. This case rises or falls on his credibility. The videos you saw without his testimony proves absolutely nothing. You need to believe his testimony and his version of events from the video for these charges to be proven. The last thing the district attorney said on his opening statement to you was, don't leave your common sense at the door or use your common sense, something like that. Please don't leave your common sense at the door. I implore you to use your common sense in this case. Look, I will address the credibility of Relli in great detail later, what the evidence will show. But first, let me
See what I mean? Tacopino's telling you, I'm going to address the credibility of Relli in great detail. We're going to get some fire cross. This is going to be amazing. Let's go in.
begin explaining the purpose of an opening statement, what we do here. Opening statements are really lawyers giving you a preview of how we believe the evidence is going to show you. Come in. I will unfold in this case, but it's more than that, actually. It's a promise to you. It's a promise from us to you. It's a promise that what we say is going to be proven is actually proven. And it's not like one of those politician promises. You know the politician promises, right? If you vote for me, I'll lower taxes, I'll make it safe, unemployment will go down, all those great things that politicians promise, and then based on those promises, you vote. And then you hope they fulfill those promises. Not here. Here, both sides make promises to you right now. You get to see if we fulfill those promises, and then you vote. That's the difference. Ladies and gentlemen, you represent the state of California, the people of the state of California. It's an awesome burden. And there's no greater service a citizen of this country can do than serve in the military or do what you're being asked to do right now. Stand in judgment of another person in a matter of such great importance. It's an incredible burden to bear. But that's why the 16 of you were chosen. There were 106 people here. You made the cut because you all, and even the alternates, assured us that you could carry out that burden fairly, impartially, without a bias, without a closed mind. Listen to the evidence carefully before rendering your decision, you promised. And to base your decision only on the evidence, not some preconceived notions stemming from the nature of this case or what you may have read or heard.
This is entirely arguable.
But just on facts.
Here come the
And to abide by
objections.
the basic tenets of our Constitution, proof beyond reasonable doubt and a presumption of innocence. And they're not mere technicalities, instead they're the backbone of this country. A person is presumed innocent, the judge Ray told you. And it means he is in fact innocent until and unless the prosecution proves otherwise beyond a reasonable doubt. And reasonable doubt, the judge will give you the law later at the end of the case. But it's doubt that will cause you to hesitate in a matter of importance in your own life. I submit to you the decision you make in this case at the end will be the most important decision in the life of Rihanna Mayors and his family. And I'm confident that if you apply the standard and hold the prosecution to the burden of proving each and every element of both counts, beyond that doubt, the reasonable doubt, this will work out. And that's why the 16 Bruce one jurors. Look, this is serious business, and I just want to tell you one last thing before we dive in. I just think some jurors, some people when they become jurors forget. No one here is going to, both sides are not going to ask you to do anything you don't do in your everyday life. No one's going to ask you to do anything when you're assessing credibility, when you make determinations of credibility. Nothing you don't do in your everyday life. Whether someone's telling the truth, whether they're lying, whether they're mistaken. Just bring your everyday life experiences and you'll be the best jurors possible. There is no magic formula, there is no elixir. And as you now know, there is no jury school. Use your God-given common sense in looking at this evidence. I know that will guide you this case. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, my name is Joe Decapine. I, along with Sarah Kaplan and Chad Siegel, have the absolute honor and privilege to represent Rihanna Mayors' case, known globally as ASAP Rocky. The evidence will show you that Rocky was a self-made man, risen from the most humble beginnings to extraordinary successes through work, dedication, and artistic
Your Honor,
brilliance.
this is argument is also irrelevant.
Overall. What is said in opening statement is not evidence. What is evidence is what can be proven. Sometimes,
Sorry.
sometimes things are said in opening statement that cannot be proven and are not proven. Sometimes they are. That's what this case will be about.
Remember my promises. I'll
Also, and you guys may have heard me and other attorneys in law to say this, it is very rare, it's not common that someone will object to an opening statement. Even in the YSL case, we saw that very minimally. There was probably like 1 or 2 objections, but here you will notice that as Tacopina is opening up, there are multiple objections from the state of California. So keep that in mind as we go. It is not common practice that you'll see something like this.
remember theirs. When we talked a few weeks on closing statements. I remember the DA put up a slide in the opening. It's from Harlem, a picture of him and Rihanna. Talked about when he was a teenager. I want to do the same thing. You'll hear he was born in Harlem, like they said. He was raised in poverty.
Your Honor,
You'll hear that
Your Honor, the same objection.
you hear about his upbringing, his mother and his siblings, and how he overcame with hard work, with dedication, and with talent. Rocky is not only a
I do want you to stick to what the evidence will show.
yes, sir. I do believe the evidence will show that, but I'm going to get deeper into these facts. But what the evidence will also show is he's not only a celebrated artist and a fashion icon, he's a man who raised a beautiful family. As the district attorney put up the picture, his significant other.
Your Honor,
You got to get to the facts.
There he is.
You're going to hear.
Did you see that body language? Let's go back 10 seconds. The man on the right-hand side of your screen is the one that almost got into a brawl with Tacopina yesterday because he is the other prosecutor that he's been interrupting this entire opening argument. This is also the man that used Rihanna in his opening argument. They used a picture of Rihanna. She has nothing to do with this. Why Riri is on a screen in front of this jury when they actually said when they were picking this jury that fans of Rihanna might actually be disruptive because that's going to prejudice them to side with Rocky. Crazy, right? Crazy work. I'm going to go back 10 seconds. I didn't realize that before, but let's look at this man's body language as Tacopina is actually trying to do his job for his client.
A fashion icon. He will also show he's not only a celebrated artist and a fashion icon, he's a man who raised a beautiful family. As the district attorney put up the picture, his significant other.
Your Honor.
You got to get to the facts.
See that smirk?
You're going to hear the stark contrast in 2 individuals. Rocky on one side, Relli on the other side, known as Relli. He represents a very different narrative. The evidence will show you that this Relli presents himself to the world as a wealthy, successful man. Source lighted, he's a reporting artist, businessman. He flaunts a very lavish lifestyle on social media. He poses with luxury goods.
Your Honor, the same objection. None of this is evidence.
Shut up.
Evidence will show you this. None of this.
Shut up, Tom.
There's no evidence on both sides. Posting.
I'm being bad today. I'm sorry, y'all.
Cash and whatnot. It's fraud. He is all about the money grab. The truth is far different. And you're going to see this extravagant lifestyle that Relli flaunts is nothing more than a fraud, built on not on success and hard work, but upon criminal activity. Ladies and gentlemen, this case is all about money. I've said it once, twice, I'll say it a few more times. The evidence will show you it's nothing more than a money grab, nothing more. A clear attempt at extortion by Relli so he could keep funding this extravagant lifestyle of his. that he presents to the world, you're going to see the only reason we're in this courtroom is because Rocky would not agree to be a victim of another one of his crimes. That's why we're here. So Rocky said, here's some money. We're not here. He doesn't go to the police. And even after he went to the police, if Rocky gave him money, we're not here. It's not about justice, it's about money for him. Period, end of story. And I will show you that.
We need to figure that out,
The evidence
Rihanna.
will make
That's a good
clear
question.
That Relli is trying to leverage a fabricated story to extract money from Rocky, using lies to support these claims. And the evidence will show you that Relli is a blatant perjurer, someone who takes an oath, despite that oath lies. The evidence will show you, and you will see him commit perjury right before you in this courtroom.
He predicted it.
And you'll see how important that is to this case. Because the evidence will show that despite all the
Listen, he actually predicted it. We just saw the perjury happen today. Like literally, the prosecutor almost had to impeach Relli. So a lot of people were day one just commenting on Taco Pina's suit, but he wasn't wrong. He wasn't. We just watched it. He was not wrong.
the evidence they claim to have, all of it, and I mean all of it, will rise and fall on the word of Relli and his credibility. Period. End of story. You will see, if you can't believe him, the prosecution's case fails. Now let's walk you through the events leading to the incident of November 6th, 2021, which is that part of this case. But to do that, we have to start a few years back. From Relli's own testimony, that was the catalyst for this incident. His resentment, from his own testimony, his resentment was the catalyst for this incident, and his animosity towards Rocky. The evidence will show you that Relli met Rocky when he was in high school in Harlem. They were both part of that creative and artistic conglomerate called ASAP, which now you know means always strive and prosper. Over the years, Rocky achieved more and more success in the entertainment industry at first. He did maintain a friendship with this Relli, unfortunately for him. He even sought to help Relli through professional collaboration. But that wasn't enough for Relli, clearly. You'll see the kind of person Relli is in this courtroom. You're going to see it. He was jealous and angry. And as Rocky rejected some of the projects he presented him, Relli's resentment grew deeper and darker. So embittered by the success achieved by Rocky, someone he once considered peer, Relli embarked on a dangerous course of action. And in November 2021, Relli's resentment towards him reached the fever pitch. After tragedy had struck another member of this ASAP group, an individual named ASAP Josh had untimely death and passed away. Evidence will show you that Rocky stepped up, spoke to the parents and the mom, ASAP Josh, and offered to cover the cost for the funeral, bring the body back to New York and pay for the funeral. But Relli, still blinded by resentment, believed otherwise. He thought for some reason Rocky didn't agree to pay, or had agreed to pay, but then didn't actually pay.
Who died?
And he was furious. He went as far as to threaten physical violence against him.
Wait. Okay, so apparently someone in their circle died, and Rocky took care of funeral expenses and like talked to the parents of whoever the person was that passed away, and allegedly Relli still had some resentment there. I mean, let's go back because I want to hear that part again.
His resentment towards him reached the fever pitch. After tragedy had struck another member of this ASAP group, an individual named ASAP Josh had untimely death and passed away.
ASAP Josh or Josha. Someone else from ASAP passed away. Okay, that's what it is. Let's keep going.
Evidence will show you that Rocky stepped up, spoke with the
ASAP
parents.
Yam. Okay, ASAP
Except
Yam.
Josh
Thank you, guys.
Of course, cost for the funeral, bring the body back to New York and pay for the funeral. But Relli, still blinded by resentment, believed otherwise. He thought for some reason Rocky didn't agree to pay, or had agreed to pay, but didn't actually pay. And he was furious, furious. He went as far as to threaten physical violence against him because he thought he didn't pay for the funeral or for the expense of flying the body back. He was wrong, because he did pay. But he went as far as to threaten physical violence. And you're going to see that for yourself, ladies and gentlemen. On October 16th, a few weeks before this incident, that you'll hear about. Relli told his friend that Rocky was a piece of shit and declared, "I'm gonna beat this nigga up." Now it's funny, they showed you a lot of text messages. I didn't see that one. Did not see that one. That's the catalyst. That's weeks before this incident, when he came in hot on November 6, 2021 on Argyle.
Taco Pina.
And if you fast forward only a few weeks on November 6, 2021, you'll see that. You see that Relli sought to turn those threatening words into dangerous actions. And he did. The evidence will show you that on November 6, 2021, Rocky was scheduled to attend a music festival. They put it up there called ComplexCon, with two other members of the ASAP crew, Elijah Ulanga and Janelle Phillips, now know them as ASAP Ills and ASAP 12. So in order to address Relli's resentment, because he was really mad, and have him accompany Ills and 12 to the festival, Rocky reached out to him multiple times. As a matter of fact, I think you saw a text from one of Relli's friends to Relli saying, "Hey, I think he wants you, Rocky wants you to perform at ComplexCon." So Rocky was trying to get him to come. It was sort of a celebration of the ASAP crew. So Rocky, yes, he was urgently messaging him because they were late for this ComplexCon. You're going to hear that from multiple witnesses. He was making them late for the show, so there were multiple messages for both 12 and Rocky. Where are you? Where are you? Where are you? However, you're going to learn that although Relli, because Rocky had reached out to Relli to make plans to meet at his hotel. And you're going to learn, however, that Relli said he was staying at the Lowe's Hotel, who was in fact staying at the Lowe's Hotel, lied to Rocky and said he was staying at the W Hotel. Why? Because he wanted Rocky to think he was staying at a nicer place, according to him, which is consistent with his pattern of showing off, phony, extravagant lifestyle. But also, consistent with his pattern of lying. You'll see Relli perjury about that exact reason. And despite Rocky's best intentions, the evidence will show you that Relli was angry when he agreed to meet Rocky that day. And that anger came to a head when he encountered Rocky on the street, outside of a parking lot, on Argyle Avenue.
Okay, here's their account. Here's their side of it.
On the street, which you saw a clip of, a very short clip of. You'll learn that Relli claims Rocky instigated, Relli, by the way, is twice the size of him. But we'll get to that. Relli claims that Rocky instigated the altercation, but the evidence will show you it was Relli who was the one looking for a fight.
Oh, that's big, you guys. So again, this is opening statement. So it's defense's account of what transpired. Remember, we have not heard from them since this. This was last Friday, opening statement. A lot of us were, getting used to the case and we had no idea what was going on. Now that we've heard from Relli, Relli is swearing on God that Rocky is the one that instigated this. And I think so many of us have been just trying to figure out well, why would you meet him if he had a gun? How did this escalate? Now, the defense's position is that Relli instigated this. Relli was angry and had been angry for a very long time. So Tacopina, pay attention to this part, guys. Tacopina is going to tell us the story, but the defense's position is that Relli, even though we can't see it in the footage, ironic, right? We can't, not yet. I don't know how they're going to position it, but we cannot see who the initial aggressor was. We can't. We just see ASAP moving back and pulling out the gun from behind his back, and Relli and him like holding on each other, and someone in the middle who Relli admits that he was going to use as a human shield, and someone else pulling out a knife. That's Relli's side of it. So we're hearing Relli's side. Brocky's side is like, no, I could prove that this ninja was mad for a long time. And we're gonna talk about that. It's not me. I'm not taking this plea deal. I'm gonna risk it and go to trial. Hearing this perspective, and shout out to Pretty Esquire who mentioned it, coming back to the opening argument as we've heard from Relli is a little bit, it hits different now. Like, I think day one, none of us knew what we were walking into, but I think now we have a different perspective. Again, keeping an open mind, because Relli could be right, Rocky could be right. We don't know who's right, but I just was curious. What was the defense's position? Let's go back in.
And you'll hear about Relli's day in the hours before meeting Rocky. You'll hear what happened in that day. Independent Rocky in that day. You'll hear Relli's claim that Rocky pressed the gun to his stomach, to his chest, and his head. But the evidence, the independent evidence, stuff that you don't need Relli's word for, will show you otherwise. Fortunately, the video evidence from the parking garage captured the incident. And that just lies to Relli's fabricated story about that. The video will also show you who the real aggressor was here. It shows you that Relli approached Rocky and reached out first. It was Relli who made the first physical contact. You can see in a second. The DA said that Rocky was the aggressor. There's a video there. It also shows that what followed was a very quick scuffle. Again, you saw it. Was Relli making physical contact and pulling Rocky towards him. Not Rocky pushing Relli, who outweighs him by almost 100 pounds. Not Rocky pushing Relli, but Relli pulling Rocky. The DA said, there's opening, he said that.
Well, that actually kind of makes sense. I mean, some people are saying, no, it was not a prop gun. Some people are saying it's not a prop gun. Let's break this down. Depending on who the aggressor is. If Relli pulls at Rocky first, it may make sense if Rocky wants to elevate the situation by pulling out to defend himself. That's this account here. I have polled some people and talked to some people behind the scenes. A lot of people do think it wasn't a prop gun. I mean, and the gun's not being produced. We don't know. We don't know. It gives you Alec Baldwin vibes, but let's explore that theory because that's what was very unclear with Relli's testimony. What escalated the situation for Rocky to just pull out a gun? Because all we saw was that vantage point from the back. We couldn't see who was the aggressor. If Relli was the aggressor, that's one thing. I still have not heard, we're very early on in this trial, I have not heard any theories that show that Rocky was the aggressor and why. We haven't heard that from Relli yet. And remember, he's still on the stand, but the prosecutor said they have nothing further. So we're starting tomorrow with cross. So here, the defense's position is that it was Relli who initiated all of this. And he had reasons to be upset and had been aggressive weeks leading up to this. And we've seen some text messages.
Rocky was pushing Relli. You know who else said Relli was pulling Rocky? Relli said that. Relli in a statement. And when he watched the video said, yes, I was pulling Rocky this way. That's not a good narrative. So they just changed that. But Relli has made statements about this incident, and they're stuck with those. It shows the incident was over in a matter of seconds, this videotape. And despite Relli's exaggerated claims that there was no evidence that a gun was pressed against his stomach, directed at his chest, or pointed at his head. There's none. This didn't happen. Instead, the evidence shows that Relli, again, physically much larger than Rocky was the antagonizer here. Now, all that being said, I do need to pause here for a second. And address the very thing that serves as the basis for Relli's fabricated story. The video that you saw, the first video, shows Rocky holding an object what appears to be a gun. And Relli seized on that and manufactured his extortion claim. And we'll get to the extortion in a bit. And remember, this is a promise from medieval. We'll see extortion. And if I'm not good on my promise, you'll hold it against me.
See, that's another thing. Now that we're seeing it, we're already starting to see it. We're on day like 2 or 3 of the trial. Tacopina just says, it's also our position that you're going to see extortion. We cannot unsee that text message. The text message where Relli clearly says, I want this ninja's money. He shot at me. Tacopina's leaning on, this is extortion. I got those fucked up. Listen, guys. Oh my God. Yes, it's a tight suit. We see it. But everybody focused on that and less of what he was saying on day 1. Now that we are on day 3 or 4, I think it's so valuable to go back and see what the defense's position is.
The evidence will make clear that the object Relli alleged was a firearm was absolutely nothing more than a prop gun. The DA ended his opening statement saying, 12B will tell you that. He'll testify on behalf of Rocky to tell you that. Not just 12B, multiple witnesses will tell you that. Not just 12B. Multiple witnesses will tell you that that was a prop gun. You'll learn that that was a prop gun, also called a starter gun, a blank gun, or this type of fake gun. It's used in pop movies and music videos. It's also used to scare off attackers by looking and sounding like a real gun, without actually firing a live round. The evidence will show you that Rocky, obviously, I think you all know by now, is a high-profile person in the public spotlight, and he was a target. The evidence will show, in fact, that he was a victim of prior violence, which caused him to have to carry this. Victim of home invasions, victim of a stalker at that time, in November of 2021, victim of a slashing on his face, which he still carries with him today. This
Your Honor, there's been no coercion.
Rocky was advised by security to carry a prop gun to scare off potential attackers. And by the way, folks, listen to this one. Rocky was licensed to possess firearms and licensed to carry firearms in November of 2021. He was licensed by the state of California. He could have legally had his own firearm. He didn't want to carry a real gun, though. Despite his ability to do so legally, he didn't want to carry a real gun. For fear that he would either injure someone or himself. Again, I want to repeat that. He didn't need to hide a gun, carry an illegal gun. He was licensed to carry a gun in this state. So you're going to learn that in July 2021, a few months before the incident with Relli, Rocky was in a music video with Rihanna that had prop guns in it. The evidence will show you that Rocky took one of them, which he carried as a security measure, as he was advised to do to scare off potential attackers. And And that's exactly what he tried to do with Relli on November 6, 2021. Unfortunately, we hear that Relli was not to be deterred, not scared, because Relli knew that that gun wasn't real. There will be evidence to that effect. And all of Rocky's friends knew that Rocky carried a prop gun for safety. All of them. In fact, the evidence will show you that Relli not only told Rocky as much, but he actually called Rocky's bluff and said, shoot me, knowing that he couldn't. With all this laid out, I do want to show you the video and walk you through it with respect to the first encounter. I'm going to play it once, it's quick, and then I want to show you 2 snippets. Here's the first encounter. That's Relli coming up. Okay, now, there's 2 things I want to play for you in there. The first thing is, the first person to raise a hand to anyone is Relli. You're gonna see when he comes up, initially, that's him, you all agree, in those black pants coming up. First person in the video, see if he goes with his left hand. He raises his hand first. Play that one snippet, oh, you know, this. Boom. Do it again. Boom. He comes up with that left hand before Rocky raises his right hand. And how do you know that? Play the next clip, please. He has his hand around Rocky's neck or shoulder, and Rocky's right hand then finally comes up. Boom. This guy has his hands around Rocky's neck or shoulder before Rocky's right hand comes up. Boom. And then you heard and you saw in the video, they going backwards. Relli, again, who's much you can see that from there, said to the police, yeah, I pulled him back. They told you, well, Rocky pushed him back. That's how Relli said. Defies sort of the laws of physics. He outweighs him by almost 100 pounds. Relli pulled him back. And by the way, all the gun pointing to the head, chest, pressed against the stomach would have had to have happened within seconds of that video with that kid Ills in between them. Seconds. You saw none of that on the video. And the second encounter, after that brief altercation by the parking garage, Relli was angry and out of control still, and he wouldn't stop. The evidence will show you that those 3 guys, Rocky, Ills, and Twelby, walked away. They walked away. There was a map put up here. I don't have one of those. It was nice. It was a map showing where the first thing happened, and then there's a block, and then a walk around the block where the second thing happened. That guy followed them around 2 corners. Pursuing them. He hadn't had enough, apparently. They were walking away from him, trying to get away from him. He pursued them around 2 corners. And the evidence will show you that those guys, Rocky, Ills, and Twelby, tried to get away from him. They tried. You'll hear that although Relli claimed that Rocky had a real gun, now, Relli not only continued to follow the guy with a real gun, but he followed and yelled at them and berated them and told the Ills, you're a crackhead. And told Twelby, you live in the projects. You're not successful like me. And told Rocky, you're a bitch. So the guy who supposedly pulled a real gun on him, and now apparently someone else has a knife too, and they're running away from him, he's chasing them, antagonizing them, bragging about his own successes. You'll listen to Relli's story about that, ladies and gentlemen. You get to assess the credibility. Because it will continue to unravel. The story will continue to unravel. Even the police questioned him. Why would you continue to follow Rocky after he supposedly pulled a real gun out on you? Said the police to Relli. And you'll hear Relli's answer to the police. I don't know. I don't know. I promise you that answer doesn't change in this courtroom. That's what he said initially when asked. And of course,
My bad, guys. The dog needed some help.
Why follow him? Because he couldn't tell the police the truth that he knew Rocky's gun was a prop gun. Because that wouldn't work for his narrative. One that could actually shoot him. And because he was aware of that fact, Relli continued his aggression. You'll hear that Relli was so angry that he was ready to hit Relli, according to Relli. You'll hear that he was so angry that he hated Ills, according to Relli. You'll learn that when Relli finally caught up in around two corners, on the corner of Selma and East Delmar, his anger and hatred came to a boiling point, and he attacked his kid Ills. Attacked him. And make no mistake about this, the evidence will show you Relli was the aggressor there as well. And Rocky, again, significantly smaller than Lee, acquired that prop gun, that starter gun, which makes sounds just like a real gun. That's the purpose of it. He fired it twice, hoping the sound would be enough to scare off Relli and protect Ills. Wrong. Relli didn't stop. He didn't stop because he knew it was a prop gun, but he didn't stop. And the evidence will show you that after Rocky fired those two warning shots with that prop gun, car alarms went off. Because there was that big parking lot right there where they were. Car alarms went off. I'm sorry that you guys are here. It's hard to look everywhere. So 12E, being sort of sound mind, told Rocky, hey, listen, man, get out of here. The car alarm's going off now. People are going to start coming. Rocky obviously is a public figure, and now people are going to have their attention drawn to this. Get out of here. Rocky listened. He persuaded Rocky to leave the scene. 12E said, I'll check on Ills, because Ills was having a rough go of it. Ills is smaller than Rocky. And really was pummeling. You're going to hear about how Ills' face looked after this encounter. It was a hot mess.
Not a hot mess.
So you'll hear a different story from Relli. He claims he grabbed him, Ills, as a human shield. A human shield. Funny, Ills didn't get shot. But he was a human shield. Evidence will show you that's just like
Okay, see, this is the thing. I think it just went over so many of our heads as we were listening to these opening arguments. We didn't really understand that the ASAP Rocky team was laying it out for us at the very beginning. You know, like now we're starting to see what they were saying, that Relli allegedly from their standpoint isn't being truthful. But like at the same time, when he says things like it's a hot mess, ain't nobody black on that jury. You ain't got to do that. You don't have to use the N-word. You don't have to say that. Like, it's fine.
a lie. It's another lie. The evidence will show you that. You'll see that Relli knew the prop couldn't hurt him, first of all. Second, you're going to see that Relli wasn't hiding behind Ills or under Ills. In fact, in the video, if you look carefully, and we'll show you, you'll see that Relli's on top of Ills as they're on the floor, on top of him. And even after Rocky left the scene, that's simple. Even after Rocky left the scene and ran, the evidence will show you that Relli continued to attack Ills. A witness will walk you through that. That sort of is a problem for them. I mean, this guy was claimed he was shot at. at one point. And he is still attacking the guy that he started to attack before there was any warning shots fired. He's still attacking, not to be deterred by any starter pistol or real bullets from him. The DA played you a video here that had that sound. There was a little box in the bottom and it had sound. Or pop pop. That video was called the sequence surveillance video with this return plate on the road. Funny part about that video is that they cut out that last part of the video. We'll play the full part. But the part where Ills goes back and attacks, I'm sorry, Relli goes back and attacks Ills. They cut that part of that video out. It's not on that sequence surveillance video. They cut out those last 3-4 seconds. That's a problem. Now, this altercation, like the first one around the corner, was also captured on video, but as you saw, that thing is not clear. And I saw some pictures up here earlier. It looked like aliens or something. But it's not clear, but you can make some things out. But even Relli in his testimony said, I really can't tell what happened in that video. So we have to go on his word now. And although the video captured that incident, that was less than half a minute, not particularly clear, the evidence will make clear what happened there. The evidence will. Relli physically attacked Ills. Rocky tried to use a prop gun to defend him. And with that, I want to walk you through that video the best we can. We'll play it first. And you notice drill leader set in the corner. Up here. Focus on here they come. There's Rocky. There's 12E. Then Ills comes and he's following. You see him go right after Ills, Relli. And that's when Rocky fires the warning shots. And there's Ills on top. Relli on top of Ills, punching him. That's Ills going down to the ground. Rocky's gone. 12E's about to be gone. And watch. There goes Relli back after Ills. And then he goes away after he hits him again. Ills eventually caught up with 12E and Rocky. His face was basically busted open. Do you have the clips to play? So let's do that again. So I'm going to play broken down little clips. The first one is then all being followed. Upper right-hand corner again, guys. All being followed by Relli. 3 of them trying to get away. First Rocky, then 12E, then Ills, and Relli's still coming hard. You'll get to see this as many times as you want later. The second one is Relli on top of Ills on the ground. Is that right? Yep. Let's see if I can help here. Can I stand up here for a second?
Actually, Alex is going to get we have a pointer in the courtroom,
Oh,
and he's going to get it.
all right.
So, yeah, you can stand where you want to stand, but in a little while, Alex will bring up the pointer, and you can use it, or Mr. Lewin can use it, or Mr. Loma can use it, or Mr. Siegel can use it.
All right, so not to hold it one up, I'm just gonna go forward here right now, okay? All right. Can you go back again, guys? This is the clip where you see Relli, and you get to see it later, or Relli, big guy, on top of that little guy Ills, on top of him, not using him as a shield. Watch. Go ahead. There's Relli, that's Ills down, and Relli on top of him. He's not worried about a shield, he's going after him. And then the last clip is, are we playing that last clip? Take a look at it. It's after Rocky's gone, Relli continues his pursuit of Ills. This poor little kid. There. And he hits him again before he peels off. He goes to the left to hit Ills, and then he goes to the right. There's also a witness that saw this. Unfortunately, Rocky's attempt to scare Relli didn't have the intended effect, obviously. Instead, Relli continued his attack on Ills and then hatched his extortion plan. What you'll learn is that Relli returned to that scene an hour later. He returned to the scene an hour later. And he attempted to fabricate evidence, ladies and gentlemen. This is some offensive stuff. It's going to be crystal clear to you. He attempted to fabricate evidence. You'll hear Relli's claim that he came back to the area an hour later with his girlfriend, Lydia Parker, and that while they were there, he quickly found 2 shell casings that were occupied right there. He picked them up and he found them. And then he videotaped them. An hour later. You will see that story fall apart so hard. Why? Because the evidence will show you that well before Relli returned to the area, 7 police officers, like a SWAT, 7 police officers arrived at that same spot. They responded to the scene and carefully searched every inch of that area. I could not believe what I heard on the opening statement. Oh, the police didn't know where to look. Police searched the exact same spot where Relli claims he picked up the bullets. Not close to it, not near it, the exact same spot. Thank God there's videotapes. There's a body cam from the police where they were searching. And there's a surveillance video that you see here that captured Relli coming back an hour later. Exact same spot. So, we're playing it now? Go ahead. Well, it's not just what we're playing, we're showing. Showing. So, this is where the police are. Oh, this is back. Okay. The police are searching with flashlights. And there's 1, 2, 3, 4 right there right now. There were 7, there's another one here. This is where the alleged tussling was with Relli and Ills. Rocky's here, Twelby's here. Here's the corner they came around. So this is where the shots. Yeah. Very high tech you're on. This is where the shots were.
Very high tech.
Easy on the screen.
Don't mess up my screen, boy.
The shots were discharged according to Relli right here. Okay, right here. Look at where they're searching. This is where Relli, as he comes back an hour later and picks it up. And here's the landmark. Look, this is the corner that they all came around, right here. And this is where it all started. And here, there's that opening right here. See this big orange, red, whatever this thing is here? Look at the picture below. Okay. That thing there is that thing here. That opening here, this is the big orange thing. I mean, you can't really see as well here. You'll be able to take these with you later. This is that orange thing. Go back up again, guys. Down to the other one. This is that orange thing. Directly across a few feet there is where they're searching. Go down. Directly across a few feet there is where they're searching. You know what that is? That's really an hour later. According to the police, they captured that surveillance video. That's him an hour later, coming back to retrieve the bullets in the exact same spot at the, go ahead up. The cops were searching with a flashlight. And the cops weren't there looking for, they didn't know what. The cops were there looking for shell casings because they were called in for shots fired. So what the police officers searching that scene found were no shell casings, no bullet fragments anywhere, and they were there. 7 officers with flashlights searching everywhere. No shell casings, no bullet fragments, no damaged property. Understand, there was a parking lot filled with cars right across from where this alleged shooting was, real ones, right? Not a window broken, a tire popped, a dent in a piece of metals, no damage to any vehicle at all. Absolutely no sign of a real gun being fired, as one of the police officers on the scene said. I repeat that. One of the police officers on the scene said, there's no evidence of a gun being fired. But still, they're going to ask you to believe Relli, who miraculously found them in the dark an hour later after 7 trained officers with searchlights in the same exact spot.
I mean, this is a good point. How did he find something that the police didn't find? How?
Couldn't find them. So much for the officers didn't know where to look. They were right in the same spot. So, for that matter, although Relli is going to claim his girlfriend was there with him, because that gives a corroborating witness that can back his story up, right? When he found those shell cases an hour later, the video evidence in this case will show otherwise. That she wasn't with him, unless she's a ghost. That she wasn't with him. Thank God for those surveillance videos. So what did Relli first do with the videos he made of the shell casings? Did he go to the police? No, he didn't contact the police. Instead, he sent them to Rocky and Rocky's manager and said, I'm going to be rich. That was his first thought. I'm going to be rich.
He did.
I mean, here's someone who basically claims he was shot. That was the initial word, shot.
Drink that water.
We're actually recovered the evidence from the crime scene that the police couldn't find.
This is
He
crazy.
didn't go to the police. His first thought was, I'm going to be rich.
Damn.
Well, the evidence will show you that Relli committed perjury without those messages. He actually texted a message meaning, I'm going to be rich. He said, I'm going to be itch at one point. But he said, oh, I didn't mean rich when I said itch. I meant irritable. Okay, because itch and irritable is not very close. And when you're typing itch, sometimes it's both itch and irritable. It's just one line after the other. He testified at an early hearing in this case, under oath. And you'll learn shortly after sending those messages to Rocky and his business manager, you're going to learn that Relli sent another message to his business partner, to Relli's business partner.
Yes.
Saying,
Yes.
I want to get this nigga's money.
He did.
That's what was on his mind, not his near-death experience. Oh my God, how did he even survive that scrape on his knuckles? Not running to the police to arrest the culprit. No. Texting everyone, I'm going to get rich, I'm going to get his money. That's all he cared about. The evidence will show you that Relli fabricated these shell casings in order to extort Rocky, right from the outset, right from the get-go. And why did he think he could get away with that? Why? Because Relli didn't know that the police had already returned within minutes of the sounds and the incidents there and searched the scene. He didn't know that. And of course, they didn't find anything. We talked about that already. There was no actual shooting because there was no real gun. There was no evidence of a shooting because there was no real gun. And that's why that same night, in response to Relli's text to Rocky texted him, if I shot you, go to the police. They didn't show you that text, though. Showed you a bunch of texts between Relli and Rocky that night. They didn't show you that text. Rocky saying, go to the police. Yeah, because someone who really shoots someone and is guilty said, yeah, go to the police.
Ooh, Taco Pina.
But of course, he didn't go to the police. That was not on his mind. You'll hear what he thinks of the police, this Relli. After his immediate efforts to extort Rocky failed, because he just wanted to get rich, he wanted to get that need his money, as he said. When it didn't work, he said, okay, I better go get a civil lawyer. After he tried on his own to get the money, let me go get a civil lawyer to try and get money out of Rocky. And you'll hear that because the civil lawyer would only take his case if he went to the police. Relli then went to the police 2 days later.
Tacopina!
2 days after the incident, he finally goes to the police. And you'll learn of the inconsistent statements he made to the police because he couldn't keep his story straight. It is all over the place. You'll hear this ridiculous claim like the one about him being shot. You saw that picture. The supposed proof of him being shot, the knuckle scrapes, the superficial knuckle scrapes across his knuckles, which are consistent with him doing what you see in the video, attacking somebody, attacking pills. That did not look well. But attacking somebody and punching and scraping the knuckle on the ground. What kind of bullet does that? Hits one knuckle, bounces down, hits another knuckle, bounces down again. I mean, it's ridiculous that he said that. He got shot. That was his first story. Now you hear that back off way off that thing now. You'll hear his ridiculous thing about that injury, that it was a gunshot wound that required medical attention, he first said. Of course, now the DA just said to you, oh, you don't have to decide at the end of this case if you got shot or not. You don't have to decide. Don't worry about it. Not that easy. Not that easy. You do have to decide because his credibility is at issue here. You have to decide if he was lying, if he was embellishing, if he was making up a story to get money. So if he says he got shot, and you find he didn't get shot, you do have to decide that. Relli at this very moment has a civil lawsuit against Rocky, seeking millions of dollars. Ready? $30 million for the knuckle scrape. $30 million. Not enough money. Not just.
See, a lot of people did not know about that
He
civil
also
law.
claims that he has a permanent disability.
Really didn't.
Permanent disability from the knuckle scrape.
All right, guys, we have about
Almost
it looks like
every
we have
day
about 10
in
minutes
this
of
case.
testimony left.
He swore.
Let's
that he has
watch
a permanent
Tacopina.
disability.
Give me
You're
2
gonna see it.
seconds. I'll be
It's
right
very
back.
good, that permanent disability, showing his manicured hand, turning it around as well as watch on. Permanent disability. It is offensive to a different level. He even claims he went for necessary medical treatment for his injury to a hospital, but not here in LA, where he was shot. He waited all the way from California to New York to go to a hospital many days later, after getting a civil lawyer and being told by the detective in this case, really, you should go to the hospital, not to make sure you're not going to die, not to make sure you don't lose use of your hand, not to make sure your knuckles heal. The detective said you should go to the hospital for this case. The detective, it's going to be undisputed, told Relli to go to the hospital for this criminal case.
That's crazy. That's crazy. Think about it, guys. Go to the hospital for this criminal case. But we're still going to do a civil one too. I mean, my God.
You think they're trying to build a case? Is that what we do? We instruct victims to go to the hospital to make it look better? Those scrapes are no more proof of a real gunshot than those shell casings that the 7 officers did not find are. And what else did the police not find after Relli turned in the shell casings over to them, finally, after walking around from God knows where for 2 days? What else did the police not find? You'll hear that the police, despite examining them for fingerprints, they didn't find Rockies on them. Because bullets, metal, capture prints. So if someone loads a bullet into a gun, their prints are going to be on that. Not Rockies. Now, the shell casings apparently had no fingerprints on them whatsoever. As if someone who claimed to find them after the fact wiped them completely clean. And what else wasn't found on those shell casings? Rocky's DNA. They took samples, the police did, of Rocky's DNA for the purpose of comparison. They took his DNA to compare with the bullets. Zero. Nothing. Never connected to the shell casings. As I mentioned, he was licensed to carry and possess firearms. You'll learn that he legally possessed firearms, which in fact were recovered from his home. You saw that whole bunch of pictures. He had firearms legally in his home. No problem. Police did a search, they recovered. No problem with the police. The evidence will show you that none of those firearms recovered were 9mm caliber, because he didn't have one. You'll learn that 9mm caliber of the shell casings that Relli claims have recovered from the scene are exactly the type of gun that Rocky didn't possess or own. You'll hear, and you heard from their opening, that there was a single magazine containing 9mm ammunition in his home. And you'll learn that belonged to his manager, Lou Levin, who will tell you, he will be here and testify why that was his. He also was licensed. Most importantly, though, when it comes to this little issue of the bullets recovered by Relli, they didn't have Rocky's fingerprints, the police missed, and all that stuff, and the 9mm ammunition recovered in Rocky's home, that one magazine, 5 bullets, whatever. Most importantly, you're going to learn that the shell casings were completely different than the ones that Relli said he found at the scene gave to the police. Completely different. You'll learn that the 9mm ammunition in Rocky's home was a brand called Sig Sauer, and the Relli shell casings that he claims were found at the scene that the police missed were a brand called Federal. I'm going to show you the difference. I'm going to show you the pictures. This is the one in the house.
Oh,
That's that
shit.
magazine that they recovered with a few bullets in it. That was Lou Levin's. This says Sig. Whoever.
Oh,
Okay, so
no.
nothing now, so you zoom back a little bit.
Oh, no.
SIGUGER or something like that. Sour.
Oh, my
What's
God.
this?
They didn't match.
What? Luger. Sig. SIG. Sig.
Relli.
Luger. The ones
Relli.
at the scene are these.
Relli.
From Relli. FC, which stands for Federal Cartridge. Completely
Relli.
different brand, completely different bullet. Those are the ones from the house that belong to someone else who testified here from Brooklyn. Those are the ones that Relli claims to have found at the scene.
Relli.
They're different bullets altogether.
God damn.
So much for
Tacopino.
that big reveal on the opening. They didn't show you that. No. They didn't show you the comparison of the two bullets. Just the magazine. Ooh, so 9mm. Different bullets. In the end, you'll see that all the objective evidence in this case relied on by the prosecution to support a shooting rises and falls, on the word and credibility of Relli, who is a proven criminal and perjurer. Those shell casings he claims to have found, the superficial scrapes he claims to gunshot wound, the video himself that he even claims he can't make out clearly. We have to rely on his rendition of it only, because without his rendition, you get nothing from any of this. Ladies and gentlemen, your job on this trial to evaluate the evidence, to look at every single piece of evidence they present to you, the prosecution, and ask yourself, does that pass the smell test? I remember Mr. Lewin, every time he stood up in jury selection, said, possibility? Did we say possibility? No, no possibility. No possibility. The word possible is not part of this trial, he said to you. Remember that. This case is not about possible. It doesn't pass the smell test, and you have to ask yourself that, does it? Or do you have a doubt about a piece of evidence that's really the focus here when you consider the charge in this case? There are two charges. The first charge is assault with a semi-automatic fire gun in this case. No, actually I said that wrong. It's an assault with a semi-automatic firearm. That's the first count. Both counts of that, actually. The first one is the altercation in front of the parking garage. The second for the altercation around the corner. 2 counts. To prove those 2 counts, they must prove beyond a reasonable doubt 2 things. 1, Rocky possessed a real gun.
No, this sounds like.
Okay.
God, the crybaby.
The judge will give you the law. He's right. The judge will give you the law at the end of this, what needs to be proved.
Thank you. Thank you.
The judge
I
will.
made the objection, is anything right?
And you were right too on that one. They won't be able to meet that burden in this case. When the judge gives the law, you'll see the 2 things that have to be proven. It's not even close. On either. The objective evidence in this case, independent of Relli, just is not there. There
Did
is
y'all
no
see that dip?
gunshot wounds.
Hold on, no. We gotta go back. Tacopina. We're gonna look at Lawyer Flair. Did y'all see that dip? Let's go back. Hold on.
No, it's not even close. On either. The objective evidence in this case, independent of Relli, just is not there. There are no gunshot wounds, no evidence of actual gunfire as officers at the scene, no shell casings found at the scene. When the police arrived,
This sounds again like your argument.
evidence will show you there was no property damage, no fingerprints, no DNA linking Rocky to anything. And that's because what Rocky had was a prop gun. Either that, or he's the luckiest man to ever walk the face of this earth. What is real in this case wasn't a gun, but Relli's attempt to extort Rocky. That is real. Out of millions of dollars, and using this criminal case as a windfall in his civil one. And folks, and going back to what I first said to you, my promise, it's a promise to you, that I wouldn't be doing this so emphatically if I weren't sure.
That's all I need, is proper expression.
You will see.
Crying again.
Evidence will show you hard evidence of an extortion in this case, and perjury to try and cover it up. Hard evidence of an extortion in this case, the evidence will show you, and perjury to try to cover it up. The evidence will
Damn.
show you Relli's understanding in that regard, that if Rocky's found guilty here, he automatically has liability in the civil case and gets money. Lots of money.
That's absolutely proper.
Crying again. Bottom objections.
Stop. Stop. No speaking objections. Stop. Disregard anything about the consequences of whether Mr. Mayers is or is not convicted in this case. The consequences have no bearing on any decision that you have to make, and you're going to be given a jury instruction to that effect.
Thank you. Anyway, it's been Relli's endgame from the start. You're going to hear some of the absolute worst things come out of his mouth when it comes to this case, this criminal case, I mean, and how much he truly cares about this case and what he was willing to do to this case for money. Ladies and gentlemen, when this case is over, you'll see that Rocky Mayers, ASAP Rocky's innocent. He's not only not guilty, he's innocent. And when we stand up here for our closing arguments in a couple of weeks, we'll talk about how the evidence shaped up. You'll see that for Relli, it was never about justice, ever. It's about a man seeking a profit from a fabricated narrative, using false.
Hold on.
Read that.
Hold on. He's literally 2 minutes away from finishing. And the baby prosecutor, and you look at Tacopina. Tacopina is not having, he's pissed. Look at his face. He's livid that this prosecutor keeps objecting to his opening argument, guys. It is very uncommon for people to object during your opening argument. Yes, you might be showing pieces of evidence, but all of that is agreed upon before opening arguments start. It's very distracting to the point where Tacopina the other day was talking about this prosecutor, and he did the crybaby thing. He said he's always crying. He did that to the judge. Tacopina is a G. But he's got about a second or two left. But you look at the malice. Look at the anger. Look at the annoyance. Look at the curls. Look at the suit. He's pissed. Like, how dare you, prosecutor? My suit is tight, but it costs more than your life. Stop interrupting me when I'm trying to cook.
It's about a man seeking profit from a fabricated narrative.
It's our.
The evidence will show you that Rocky has absolutely nothing to hide here. He's a man, evidence will show you he's a man who built success through passion, talent, and hard work. He stands in stark contrast to this. You will see Kate stand next week and lie to you over and over again, trying to destroy Rocky for his own financial gain. He's a parasite who wants you to help him get his paycheck. So, ladies and gentlemen, at the end of this case, after all you've seen and heard, all the evidence and cross-examination, all the things I promised you today, I will ask at your hands for her, but not guilty for Rocky Matters. It's the only verdict consistent with justice. It is the only verdict consistent with fairness. Thank you.
Well, damn.
What's
That
up, everybody?
That was
Welcome.
Tacopina's opening argument. And I mean, after we saw Relli today, what do y'all think? Do we give it up for Tacopina? 1 to 5. Think about it. We watched it the first time, and everybody's like, oh, look at his suit. Look at his suit. ASAP needs to get a better lawyer. But now that we've seen Relli's testimony, and we've seen text messages where Relli is like, I want this ninja's money. Rihanna's taking time away from her kids and her empire to sit right there behind her man. What do y'all think? 1 to 5. How did Tacopina do in his opening argument? Let me know. What do y'all think? I think the line, I wrote this down. He said it towards the end. He said, damn, Relli. But this was in the opening argument. He said, Relli is a parasite, jury, and he wants you to help him get his paper. This is not looking good. Oh, Tacopina. We have 4.5. We have a 5. We have another 5. We're getting some 5s. We have a 4.69 just because, like the sisters, what is it, Wednesday? A 4.69. We have a 5. Another 5, Christy. Relli the teller. ASAP Telly. It makes me sad because, like I said, guys, it is assault all day. It's on camera. At least the moment where ASAP pulled the, like, prop gun, whatever gun, he pulled it out. That is on camera. But what is very unclear to everybody that's watching from Relli's accounts on what he said today and what was said yesterday, it's kind of like we don't know what led up to that situation because it's so early on in the case that we're only seeing Relli's side of the story. So we all have to keep an open mind because going back and we see what ASAP's attorney said at the beginning, how he was being interrupted all the time, and to learn that Relli's suing Tacopina and ASAP Rocky at the same damn time for defamation with this criminal lawsuit. That I'm not picking a side, but some of these facts are very troubling. if that makes sense. We got some fives. We got a lot of fives. Oh, ace. Ace is like Taco Pina did a 2.5. 2.5. He did a Pina, a small version. Not a big version, a small version. That's yeah, Ace's opinion. E. Capone is here with a cinco. Cinco. Some golf girl. Cinco. For Taco Pina. Real quick, guys, before we head out of here, I just want to catch a few more super chats. Tomorrow, it seems like we're going to have a full day of court. They tend to start around 10 a.m. Pacific time. That is somewhere around 1 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. So I'm going to be doing, we've been doing doubles where we do a Karen Reed rewatch in the morning. If you're a fan of Stop and Shop bags and collecting evidence in red Solo cups, you might want to check that case out. It's pretty cool. We have fun. But this crew comes together. We all have fun in this chat and in this community. I love you guys. Y'all are amazing. Where did I leave off? I think we left off right here with Buddy 305 with the $5 super chat. Says, has anyone said that this lawyer looks like he works for the cartel? I mean, but he's kind of effective. Wouldn't you want to put the Hulk at the front of your defense team if you were in trouble? Or you don't have to put the Hulk on. Put a Brian Steele up there, or put a really good attorney up there. Don't put a Miss Love up there. Don't put a. Like on this channel, sometimes I do feel like sometimes we can be unfair to the prosecutors. I was really trying to give this prosecutor a shot. The younger one, not the older one. The older one seems to be crying all the time. Like, why are you crying? Like, stop crying. The younger one, I think his objective in his mind is to get clear answers for the transcript. And he's weighing that versus the importance of really being super connected with your witness on the stand. It seems like there was a disconnect when he was trying to lead him down certain question paths. We weren't getting those answers. And that was really unfortunate. Because I do think it would have been great if they did have a connection, because maybe it would have helped Relli. But how do you help Relli if you yourself, prosecutor, you're going to put a text message on the screen that says, I want ASAP's money? That's not helpful. I mean, you lost us. Are you going to have this jury? I mean, even, let's do another test, guys. Are we confident that having a non-Black jury will help Rocky in this situation? Put a yes in the chat if you still are confident in that. Put a no in the chat if you're like, I still would want somebody, a jury of my peers in their AV. Yes or no? What do y'all think? What do y'all think? Wow, we get Petty Pendergrass coming out with yes. Yeah, okay, Q wants to know. Delano wants to know. Okay. Destin wants to know. Yellow Baby says no. I mean, yeah. It's a risk. Petty's the only one that is very confident in this so far. Everybody else is like, listen. Belinda goes with yes, too. For always says no. Like some of y'all, the majority says no. It is interesting. But, wow. Shout out to 2 Minutes Approved, one of my favorite people. Member for 2 months says, Mom, are you going to make a t-shirt from this case? The answer is yes, we are. We're probably going to have some type of merch from this case. I don't know what it is yet, but you guys are always amazing helping us put this together. So it's likely we're going to have some sayings and, chat jokes, like stuff that we develop over here, like nobody else, wherever you go on the internet. Whenever you hear somebody say Taco Pina, you're gonna know where you heard it first. Shout out to Flesh of the Gods as well. I did see when you dropped this. Thank you so much, brother, for dropping these 5 gifted memberships. For those that are watching this on replay, if you received one, please say thank you to Flesh of the Gods. Or if you got one in the moment, please say thank you to him in the moment as well. Anyway, so we have a lot to watch. This trial is heating up. I really didn't think it was going to be as good as it is. There's a lot of drama and tea over here. Like I said, I have a source close to this guy, and he's pretty stressed out. You know, I really was kind of leaning towards let's get justice for assault if assault really happened. And we can see that assault happened, but at the same time, now we're starting to see the events that led up to the assault. There's still this giant question mark of what happened. Who was the aggressor? Was it Relli? Was it Rocky? Who put hands on who first? So we're going to end the stream. Guys, do me a favor. As we end the stream, type in who you think the aggressor was. Was it Relli or was it Rocky? And whatever your decision is, nobody's going to judge you over here. That's what we do. We have fun over here. Was it Relli or was it Rocky? Anywho, we are going to be back tomorrow, guys, 1 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, 10 o'clock. And if anything changes, of course, we'll keep you guys informed in our community tab. We will also, if you don't follow me on Instagram, you're going to want to make sure that you do that. Typically, I will grab some like really great moments from these streams, moments that you need to know if you're in a jam. If you don't have time to tune in, we're going to start to do short form content because I got this little guy. I've got one of these guys. Quick little short form filming, minute by minute, and we will be able to say, hey, you missed day 3. Here's what happened in day 3. And we're going to start filming and putting those things out very quickly. I'm seeing Rockies. I'm seeing Rellies. Who did it? Anyway, love you guys. See you tomorrow. See you in the next one. If you're interested in other content, we will be linking those all over the screen. Check out our Diddy content, our Jay-Z content, this ASAP Rocky content. If you're interested in going down the Karen Reed rabbit hole, come on in. We'll see you in the next one. Stay safe out there. Bye.